Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Tony, how are you? Loaded Hot, how are you tonight? Give me just 1 second. I gotta cut the fans off on my computer real quick. Like super loud. Give me just a second, y'all. And y'all make sure that your chat is on live chat. For some reason mine won't stay on it. Hey Linda G, how are you? Loaded Hot, you don't think there's anything to time to it? I don't understand why they felt the need to not make a record. Like, what the FBI done? Hey Julie, how are you? Norman, how are you? Hey Princess Megan, how are you tonight? Norman, who is Susan Payne? Hey sweet Melissa, how are you? Wait, Loaded Hot, who was? Julie, whenever you get done with it, you should send me a picture. Oh, that's right, Norman. I remember her being brought up. Like a few weeks ago, she was brought up. Hey Gigi, how are you? Kelly, how are you? The date then. The date the kids related to. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get my phone to charge, and dang thing, it's just about dead over here. Michelle, I can't believe Nightbot is actually on time tonight. Something's gonna happen. Hey, Agape Love, how are you? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that person up and see if they are in fact kin to Bryan. I know he must be sick. Maybe I will look into that guy that you were talking about and see if he is in fact kin to Bryan. I think I've got Bryan's family tree stuffed in an email somewhere. Hey Nina. So Norman says, would it be crazy if Bryan Kohberger has a cousin in Moscow, Idaho, as an undercover cop that is the murderer and blamed it on Bryan? Norman, that would be a huge plot twist. Hey, Jan, how are you? Mandy, that's fine, honey. Gigi, don't feel bad. I've had issues all day today. I'm literally down to like my last ink pen, and if I write just a half a sentence tonight, it's going to run out of ink. So I've got to get me some more. My phone ain't wanting to charge the way it's supposed to. Hey, Kim, Lori, and CJ, how are you? Tony, that would be epic. Honestly. Jan, I'm doing good, thank you. If Twitter Justin was to get on the stand, I'd pay $100 to see that, y'all. Honestly, that would be probably the most epic part out of the entire trial. Hey, 9 millimeter. Basically, the new DNA stuff is what I went over last night. The prosecuting attorney had put out like this 33-page document. It was signed Friday, and they put it out yesterday, saying that the DNA that was on the knife sheath was statistically matched to Bryan, and it explained it all out of how they come to that conclusion. And he was asking for a protective order against Bryan Kohberger's family members that was named in the family tree. And honestly, I mean, we already knew that it was his DNA on the knife sheath. I don't really know if it them going through those 20 pages that I read yesterday, if it really changes anything at all, other than the knife sheath and where they found it at. That was very interesting. Linda, I haven't heard them say anything about that. I know the judge was supposed to come like make his decision, but it's almost 2 weeks now, and I haven't seen a decision being made yet. Tony. Let's see, what's funny. We're having the same electrical problems. Yeah, and Gigi, my phone's only a little over a year old, and it wasn't wanting to keep charged. So if it doesn't start acting right, I'm sending it back and getting another one. And Lori and CJ, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. P Fox, what did he change his name to now? Hey, Big Al, how are you? Big Al, ain't nobody up in here clapping their hands. No, Sally, it's an android. So go to court next week. Yes, P Fox, they actually go the 27th, so Tuesday. Oh, never mind, Big Al. Michelle's clapping hers. It's true crime something. Trust me, you can tell it's you. P Fox, I'm gonna have to go find him now so I can hear all the shenanigans that he's saying. Lori and CJ, it's fine. You don't have to worry about that. Which the one that was put out last night was a little bit more easier to comprehend than some of the other stuff that they had came out with. It wasn't um, It was mostly talking about the DNA, but it was mostly them, the prosecuting attorney, explaining how they came up to finding Bryan Kohberger. So it wasn't as bad as what some of the other documents that they put out has been. Okay, loaded hot. Give me just a second and I'll go check it. Okay, loaded hot. I got it. I'm gonna save it in my email, and then I'm gonna read it after I get done here tonight. If I haven't thrown my phone through the window by then. See, Linda G, I do too. I know a lot of people are probably going to be upset if they don't have cameras in the courtroom. Have some kind of subscription service to watch court trials like this one. I mean, all this money that they've gotten, was it $1 million to begin with, and now he's asking for another 135,000, and there was a lady that told him he needed to bump it up to 150. I mean, if they made people pay a subscription to watch it, they would make their money back. But I think that if they were to do that, they would need to give that money to the victims' families. That's what they should do with it. Norman, there's none on the inside of his apartment. Hey, no way. How are you? You know, there is something missing on my screen. Hold on. Seems like I should have something up. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't know. Humane digital data will decide his fate. He is hoping that the jury is stupid and doesn't understand how they work. I think he is screwed. Hey, Justice A to Z, how are you? I think honestly, there's a lot of games going on in this. I I'm gonna be honest. I just don't know if I believe that the FBI went and did all this and proved that that was his DNA on the knife sheath, and then didn't keep a record of it. I just I don't know if I believe that or not. Honestly, Norman, I heard that he was there and that Brett Payne was there. Hey, Laughing Stock, how are you? Dear Lord, you almost got kicked again.
I like doing that too.
I never look at your picture. I just always look at the name and don't realize it's you until I look at the picture.
I was gonna warn you in the chat before I came in, but I was like, maybe she'll kick me. It'll be fun. I haven't been kicked by a girl in a while.
Hey, Sasha. So, what you think about all this craziness?
I, I didn't have time to look at what happened today.
Nothing. Honestly, there wasn't any new documents that came out, and all of the like news articles that came out today was all talking about the DNA from the documents yesterday.
Yeah, speculating about the DNA is all I got to see today, and it's I don't know. I don't know what to think.
I just do you honestly
They can't throw
believe
it out.
Like, this is okay. So the genetic genealogy is what they based his arrest on. I mean, that's what they put in the PCA. That's how they got the arrest warrant. Hey, Jamie, how are you? So, how are they not going to use it?
I, I think it goes back to us and our discussion about the PCA being very selective about what they're going to put out there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think everything they have is in the PCA.
Oh no, I don't. I don't think. I mean, just look at the stuff that Ann Taylor is asking for, and then go back and look where she says, "Okay, they still haven't sent this." So that proves that there's more than what's in the PCA. But I have a problem with Payne in his PCA and where he says the knife sheath was compared to what the document yesterday said. And I just don't know if I believe that the FBI did this and then got rid of it, didn't keep a record of it. Just don't know if I believe that.
Yeah,
I mean, we're talking about the FBI here.
well, and then I look at what's happening in the news with the FBI, and I think, well, they're maybe not as above board as we all think they are sometimes. I don't know. Maybe I'm
It's
one of the ones that's losing a little bit of faith in the whole idea of the FBI, just because I see how partisan and weird it can be with certain things.
it's just what is it about this case? Like, there's something that is up with this case, and I can't just quite put my finger on it. But it's very different from other cases that I've listened to.
Okay, here we go again with the comments. If you have a theory, please put it in the chat as a theory. Do not state it as a fact. Saying that
Yes.
someone set someone else up without proof
Yeah, make sure you put in
is
my
not okay.
opinion or something like that, because people will see it and then they will run with it and say they saw it over here and all that.
I popped into one. I forget whose it was today. I didn't even last 15 seconds. I mean, it was just ridiculous the shit people were saying in the chat. I was like, oh, I can't.
All right.
I
Hey, Gina Marie.
can't.
Yeah. Hey, Stevie, how are you? Jay, how are you? Yeah, I don't know. And Kim, I think your comment was deleted by accident, but you were asking about, like, how is it different? In Payne's PCA, he says on the right side, it says on the bed on the right side of Maddie Mogan, that he could see that from the door. But in the paperwork that came out yesterday, it says that it was under Maddie and under the comforter. Now, being beside of somebody and being under somebody is completely different. Hey, oops, how are you? And
But what's the official report? I mean, who was the person that moved the body and actually saw it first?
that I don't know,
We don't know that.
because Payne didn't get there until, was it 4 o'clock that
So
afternoon?
we don't know. I mean, it could have been half under, it could have been half out, it could have been under the comforter, it could have been wrapped up in the comforter. I mean, we don't know, because he there when they moved the body.
Well,
The
the
guy that wrote
bodies,
this report.
the one that wrote the PCA, when he got there, the bodies were still there, because he
And hadn't
says
been moved.
no. Hey, King Scarlet. No, he says in his PCA that Xana was on the floor, and that he learned that it was Xana's bedroom through her personal belongings and her driver's license, and that Ethan was in the room also. And then he said when he went up to the third floor that there was a dog in Kaylee's room, and then the other bedroom, which was Maddie's room, Maddie and Kaylee were in the single bed, and that later on he noticed the tan leather knife sheath laid on the bed on the right side of Madison Mogan's body. And that was, like I said, he got there at like 4 something.
This is another thing that it's all going to come out when the evidence comes out in court, and we're not going to know the truth. I mean, we might not even know the truth then.
No, no, if they don't let the cameras be in a courtroom and we have to rely on media, we don't know if they're going to tell us the truth or not.
Yeah, we have no way of knowing.
And it's going to be frustrating.
I think we're going to at least get audio.
I hope.
I think we're going to at least get audio. I really do.
I mean, if it's only audio, I'll be happy with that because you can still hear it. But if they would give us video as well, it would be a whole lot better.
Oh, of course. But just hearing the inflection and tone of someone's voice is better than reading what someone writes, even if it's verbatim.
Right.
And there's a lot to how somebody says something.
Yeah, because, I mean, I would like to see just Bryan Kohberger's face when this evidence is getting presented against him to see what his reactions are.
Like I said before, after the jury's seated, I think there's no reason to not have cameras in the courtroom.
I don't
Up
either.
until that point, I agree. I don't think anything should be public until the jury is seated.
Right. Yeah, because, I mean, I get the jury doesn't need to be on camera. That's in every courtroom. But, I mean, this judge said, and I forgot where I want to say I read that somewhere, that he said that he's never denied cameras in the courtroom before, but this case is a different type of case.
Kimchi had a great comment. Not all LEs describe things in the same way or even completely. It could be that they changed it or to reflect what both LE officers saw. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal until they get them on the stand, and then that's up to Anne to grill them.
Yeah.
It's
Because,
up to
see,
her to create doubt with the jury. That's her
okay,
job.
so, Brett Payne and Officer Blaker got there at the same time. And Blaker's PCA that he wrote out is almost word for word of what Brett Payne's was. But when it got to the part about the knife sheath, it says something completely different. That he was told that they had found a knife sheath, not that he actually seen it. So,
It's a big difference.
right, it's
Huge.
now I don't know if whenever Officer Payne was going through the house, was Blaker going through the house at the same time, or what? That I don't know. I don't know if they went through at different times or what, but they're almost word for word.
Well, people had to be tromping on the crime scene when they first got there,
Oh
trying
gosh,
to figure out
yes,
if anybody was alive.
for sure.
So I mean, it's not going to be pristine. That's just reality because they're trying to find out if anybody lived.
Right.
They're checking pulses and they're at the point where they get to the last room and they say, "All right, everybody out." I mean,
Hey, Liza.
I would assume it's a lot like TV. That might
Mm-hmm.
be the only part that the TV's kind of accurate, where they figure out if anybody's alive and then get everybody out of there. Tell everybody not to touch anything and get the hell out.
Right. And there's no telling if the kids, like, we know that there was kids that was called there right before the 911 call was made, because I mean law enforcement even came out and said that. But I wonder how many kids was in there, and did they go to the third floor? I mean, we know they were on the
Yeah.
second floor, but did they come in the second floor through the front door on the first floor, or did they come through the sliding door in the back?
Yeah,
You
who
know,
knows? And that's where that 51 terabytes falls in, and the neighbor's camera that's pointed at the
mm-hmm.
house. Then
Yeah,
we'll know.
because just think of it like this: if they come through the front door, they just go up the steps to the second floor, and they're just in the living room. There's really no need for them to go into the kitchen. But if they come through that back door, oh, they're walking all up in the kitchen, all through the hallway where he went, in the living room,
Yep.
everything.
And I can't imagine being a 20-something kid walking into something like that.
I, they're gonna have to. They're traumatized.
Well, I mean, there's the trauma, and then I hate to say this, but these kids and their phones. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them was in there taking pictures. I would not be surprised.
I was thinking about that, and I'm very surprised that none of those pictures have came out yet. Honestly,
Kelly, I thought one of the cameras from one of the neighbors' houses was pointed towards the house. I could be wrong.
it would have to be like there. Where's the camera at that picked the
The
car
screw-in
up?
camera, right?
Well, that was on the front of their
Yeah,
house.
that was on the front.
But there had to be a camera that picked him up or picked the car up going up to the apartments beside next door to the girl's house and turning around. So where was that camera at?
Could have been on one of the other houses. We don't know
Yeah,
because they don't
they never.
have to tell us.
And I just don't know if that camera that they're claiming that was like less than 50 feet from Xana's bedroom wall, I don't think that would have been the camera that was on the front of the house, the one that you screw into the light fixture,
Hmm.
because that seems like that was more than 50 feet away.
Well, the thing is once the defense got their hands on this evidence, if they started looking at video first and found something that was like, uh-oh, you would think they'd go to their client and be like, what the fuck is this?
Right.
Explain this, because you're going to have to,
And see,
you
I
know?
heard that somewhere today, um, because when you get in trouble and you get an attorney, like you're supposed to be completely honest with your attorney and tell them everything. I wonder if Bryan told Ann Taylor everything. It was just straight up completely honest with her. If he did it, he told her everything. If he didn't do it, he told her everything.
Wouldn't she have to then recuse herself if she knows that he's guilty?
I don't know. I don't know how that works. I never needed an attorney, so I don't know.
I would think ethically an attorney would be forced to walk away from that. How do you defend somebody when you know they're lying?
That's where it becomes a moral problem for me. You haven't. I know people need defense attorneys, but if they truly know that the person is guilty of murdering someone, especially a kid, but they're still there defending them, you know what I'm saying? It just becomes a huge moral issue for me. But when this knife sheath comes up and it has his DNA on it, I wonder if she went to him and was like, how did your DNA get on this knife sheath? Like, what is he going to tell her then? How's he going to explain that? Is he going to say, oh, yeah, I owned it, but I sold it to somebody else? Or I owned it, but I let somebody else hold it and look at it? Like, how's he going to explain that?
So I'm looking at that very question, and there's a key difference between factual guilt and legal guilt. But a defense lawyer is ethically bound to zealously represent all client, including those they believe will be justly found guilty.
Even if they know for,
Mm-hmm.
even if the client confesses that they did it?
That's what it says.
Oh, wow. How can you morally do that, though?
Even if he says he's guilty, he actually may not be, and may be lying to take the fall for someone they want to protect.
Okay, so that makes sense. So she would still need to defend him, even if he went in there and said, "Yes, I went in there and I murdered all four of them," and this is a whole story. So I get that he could be lying.
Due to those reasons, it is likely that a defense attorney, a good one, does not ask their client whether or not they actually committed the crime. Rather, a good lawyer uses the facts to put on the best defense possible and leaves the question of guilt to the judge and the jury. So it makes sense. I mean,
Yeah, it
for
does.
me, it'd be a moral thing. I mean, if he looked right at me and said, "Yeah, I did it," I'd be like, "Peace out, I'm done." can't do this.
Yeah, it would be a
Find somebody else.
huge. I wouldn't be able to do it. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm not
I
gonna
wouldn't.
represent you in a death penalty case when you told me you did it.
I wouldn't be able to. And Toy says the security cameras are usually set to only activate with motion within a certain distance. I want to say that one of the cameras went off that night because of a cat. There was a cat walking around and set it off or something. I remember that
I
being
got
said.
bears setting mine off all the time. Bears, raccoons.
Dude, they found a bear in Natchitoches, Louisiana the other day in the city limits.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We just had a mama with. She had 4 cubs.
Oh my god.
She gave birth to 4.
Poor thing.
They got her on video digging through someone's trash right down the road from my place.
Oh my gosh. But I mean, I knew they've always said like in Louisiana, like because we have the big Kisatchie National Forest here,
Yeah.
and they always said, there was like they call them sugar bears, like the little, they're not very big, but
They're
this
black
one
bears.
was that's what this one was that they took a picture. It was in a residential area inside the city limits, and somebody took a picture of it.
That happens here all the time.
Oh my god,
It's so normal.
between the bears that I've been seeing on social media and then the shark videos that I've been seeing, I just want to stay home. I don't want to go nowhere.
Right?
Let's see. Angie, how are you? Hey, Jeff H. I can't remember if I said hi to you earlier when I saw your name. Whisper,
Yeah.
how are you?
I really think we're going to do this round and round thing with this case till October, and then I hope we're not disappointed and it goes off as planned.
I hope so.
Because if it doesn't,
I mean,
the shit tornado is going to get way worse.
Yeah. Because my birthday is in October. I don't know what day of the week it is, but I need to find out because that would be an awesome birthday gift that I can just sit at home that day and watch the Bryan Kohberger trial.
Right.
That would be like the best thing ever. Yeah, and it's on a Monday. My birthday is, so that's what I need for my birthday is to get to watch the Bryan Kohberger trial.
Get you some snacks and put your feet up and watch the trial.
Sit back and watch it and take my notes.
Pray your internet doesn't go out.
Oh, I know. That would be my luck. I would lose complete internet for like 3 days, and I would miss 3 days worth of stuff.
Be in the parking lot at Starbucks, jonesing out with your phone.
I mean, if that's what it takes to get the information,
I know you would.
I would.
I know you would.
I have sit in the grocery store parking lot many times when I've had to take my mother-in-law to go buy groceries, and she'd be like, "Are you coming in?" And nope. You go right ahead, take your time. I'm gonna sit out here and do what I got to do. That's what I did. Hey, CJ.
That's great.
There was something else that I had an issue with. I've had a headache all day. You know, when you have a headache, you can't concentrate on anything.
Mm-hmm. Had one myself all day.
I've been like at just about all day. It's like I can't concentrate on anything. Let me see. And I know I wrote it down. I got like 4 pages worth of notes. Okay, so let me ask the chat this. Hey, Jeff. I done said hi to Jeff H like 4 times already. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all believe that the FBI did download and make a record of the content of the genealogy stuff regarding Bryan Kohberger. I just don't. And doesn't the FBI have like their own DNA laboratory?
Oh yeah,
Why
supposedly the best in the world.
Why wouldn't they just use that? That's what don't make sense. Like,
I got nothing on that. I got nothing on why the FBI wasn't in charge of the DNA in the first freaking place.
Because see, that's another thing that, hey, sweet candy, that didn't make sense. They let this private lab start it up, and then law enforcement decided that the FBI was going to take it over. Why not just let the private lab finish doing it? Either way, you got to pay for it. You know, the FBI is not going to do it for free.
Yeah, I read something today that I don't know where the hell it was. It's something about the FBI represented themselves to Ancestry or wherever they got the information from, not as LE. Like
But
they
how would
misrepresented themselves.
okay? 'Cause that's not what Sleuthy posted, right? Because I remember reading something that
I
she
think it
posted.
might have been. I
Okay,
don't know where else I would have saw it. It had to be on Twitter, and I don't really take the time to read much unless it's her
because I
or
did
something
see
she retweets.
she had posted something about is it GD match or something like that, and it
Yeah, I think that was it.
I, th-
Actually,
I think that's what it's called, GD match, and it I guess they work with law enforcement, and it gives you like the list of things that you can and cannot upload and all that. Hey, Pagan Ways, how are you? And it also says for like the people who are using it that if you opt into it, then whenever your DNA goes into the system, and law enforcement has to come in and use it, like some DNA to find someone or identify missing remains or anything like that, that your DNA could be matched or used or looked at or however they do it. I wouldn't send my DNA into it, so I don't know exactly how it works. Or you can opt out of it to where they can't use it.
I'm sure in one way or another, in lab work or something, they've been collecting DNA for years. I mean,
Yeah, because if you send your DNA to these places, how do you know that there's not an agency out there that's keeping track of your DNA?
well, I guarantee you there's a 3-letter agency with access to every one of those databases.
And that's why I wouldn't send mine in.
There's, sorry, but if you think they can't get into that stuff, you are
Oh yeah,
insane in the membrane.
I mean, if my distant relative goes and murders somebody, I don't want to be brought into that.
Right?
Now, as far as the prosecuting attorney wanting to keep the names of Brian's family private, I get that. Their names don't need to be out there because if their names are out there, people will start harassing them, looking into them. Social media can be uh, very bad at times, doing stuff like that to
Yeah.
people. Um, and so I get that. Plus, I remember us watching, oh, the Tragos guy, the lawyer, you know who I'm talking
Hmm.
about?
Yep.
So I was watching him today, and he was going over that document, and he said, uh, it was deleted more than likely because these names, if they were to get out to the public, uh, they can be, what do you call it? Stolen identities, and you know, anything like that could happen. So them wanting to keep the names private, I understood. I get that, but the process that they took to come up with Brian and proving that his DNA is the DNA on the knife sheath, I don't understand why they wouldn't want that to be made available. I
Well,
mean,
here's the thing: if they have a text message or they did a digital dragnet and all signs pointed to him, and that's what brought them to him as a suspect, everything that happens after that doesn't matter. However they investigate doesn't matter. Unless they break the law, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter
see,
how they got there.
that's what I was wondering because
As long as
and
and the digital dragnet could do it.
I was thinking like, okay, so if I was in a situation where I'm looking at the death penalty and they come in and say, we've got proof that your DNA is on an item that was left at the scene. And myself, I would want to know, especially if I'm screaming that I'm not guilty. Hey, Yorkie Mama, I'm gonna want to know every step of how you came up with proof that that's my DNA. You see what I'm saying? I wouldn't want anything left out. I want to know how you got there.
Here's another quick reminder: if you have a theory, please put it in the chat as a theory. Do not state it as fact, please. In my opinion, that's all it's got to start with. You can be as
See.
crazy as you want after that, but start it with in your opinion.
Yeah, Mary, there was, I forgot exactly what it said about it being a DOJ policy in those documents last night that I read. I went to sleep and dreamed about IgG and STRDNA and all them letters. Hey, Truth Seeker, how are you?
I went to sleep watching random YouTubes and had dreams about mud bogs. So I don't know what was playing while I was sleeping, but I was playing in the mud and something.
That is too funny.
Woke up about 3 in the morning going, whoa, that was a good time.
It was like 5 o'clock before I went to sleep last night. Yes, Gina Marie, that is fine. She said, "Can we end it with in my opinion?" Yeah, as long as you put in my opinion, IMO. This is a theory of mine, something like that, because in that way nobody can grab what you say and bring it to another chat and say, "Well, so and so said this, and they're stating it as a fact," and because you know how people like to do
And they
that.
still might do that, but at least that gives this channel a way to go back and say no. They
Right.
were stating their opinion. It wasn't the position of the channel.
Okay, so Elliot said, as an officer of the court, defense attorney's primary responsibility is to defend their client from the government and ensure court fairness, not to be voir dire. And Elliot, how are you tonight? In my opinion, Bryan was the DoorDash driver, but I also think Bryan was Murphy. They don't do. Poor little Murphy. I feel so bad for the old dog, honestly.
Oh, I'm sure that little dog is spoiled as shit.
I saw I got a notification the other day on Instagram where they had posted something on his account, and I still haven't looked at it. Fact, all my theories are my opinion. Yeah, it's fine to have theories and opinions. Hey Tonka, how are you? Um, it's just I don't like how people will grab someone else's comment and run with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
It
It's
happens
just
too much.
yeah. I used to think that IMO meant I must off. Patrick, how are you? Tonka, I'm doing good. Facts don't care about feelings, in my opinion. I, Aurora Rain, I have to agree with you. And some people can't understand that. You can give them the facts and they will get their feelings hurt
Oh yeah,
and act like you are just the worst person in the world and
it happens
mean.
all the
And
time.
yes, it's kind of ridiculous, honestly. Patrick, we're doing good. Hey, Rich, how are you? Big Al has gone fishing with Mr. Shenanigans.
Damn straight.
Rich, he
I'm a,
almost got kicked. All
I
I
am
seen
actually
was,
going. I am actually going fishing tomorrow.
oh, you
First time all
suck.
year.
Troll was talking the other day about we need to go fishing. I'm like, dude, have you been outside and felt how hot it is?
I only get like 2 hours, but I'll take it.
I can't handle this heat. Which today we did. We out of the past 8 days, I think it was, we were under an excessive heat warning. We didn't have one today, and it was still hot as I don't know what out there.
It was 80 something here today. It was warm. Sun was really hot. Like out of the shade, it was brutal.
It's like the sun opened its oven that's set on like 450, and it's just baking the earth,
That's that
except
hole in
for
the
in
ozone.
Louisiana.
It's the hole in the ozone.
It's crazy. Let's see. Think that the alleged audio has been debunked for 30 seconds or less. Oh, Mary, you're talking about the audio that people's put out on their
Yeah,
channels?
the screaming.
Okay, I had it, she hadn't had to think there for a second what she was talking about. But yeah, all of that is that's another problem I have. I'm gonna end up going on a rant tonight.
Nothing wrong with that.
Just, I mean, what is the point of putting out a fake audio? Honestly,
What is the point of doing 50 lives claiming that you're related to everyone under the sun? People do shit for clicks and views. It's all about money and attention.
I
That's
don't,
really what it is.
I don't get it. Did you see Aurora Rain? Is that the thing that was on Twitter? The frequency thing? I remember seeing someone post that day before yesterday and yesterday. And somebody said something yesterday about that's the reason why people are having headaches and they're not feeling good and feeling like they're having like different moods and stuff like that.
Would you say the Aurora?
No, Aurora
Oh.
Rain in chat asked
Oh.
about it was the frequency thing, the Schumann frequency. You haven't seen that on Twitter?
Mm-mm.
There was like, did Nerdy post it?
My feed is really political lately.
Okay, well, yeah, you wouldn't have seen that then. I want to say Nerdy or the other guy that follows him, but I could be wrong. I have to go back and look, but it's this frequency thing that is they're saying it's like off the charts or whatever. It's different than what it has been. I guess I don't know nothing about it, but
Solar storms, Rich says.
oh, okay, maybe that's what it is.
I know there have been issues with communication satellites.
Okay, that may have something to do with it. See, I was asking about that the other day myself. The human is really weird. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I saw 'em whenever they had posted it on Twitter, and a lot of people were talking about it and all that. Class X solar flare incoming. And then somebody said yesterday, it was I want to say Nerdy, but I can't remember if it was him or not. Because there's, I mean, I follow a lot of people on there, but there's certain ones that I see all of their tweets, no matter what it is, and his is one of them.
Yeah, there's certain ones that I never see that I follow ever. I've got dozens of people that I follow that never land on my feed
Yeah,
ever.
that's how mine is. Nerdy, Sleuthy, Coffindoffer. Um, is there a Gilly guy?
I always have to go look for Sleuthy's posts.
Yeah, hers
I
always
get
pops up on mine.
I get like 50% of hers and probably 25% of Nerdy's. But if Sleuthy reposts Nerdy, I get it every time. It's weird.
I don't think she reposted this. I have to go back and look because it might not have been him that posted it.
Twitter's kind of a mess since they tried to start fixing things.
Oh, like YouTube?
Yeah, well, that's been kind of a mess too.
Yeah, which mine actually hasn't jumped off the live chat except for once tonight. So,
No, mine hasn't jumped either.
hey Kelly how are you? Jenny, how are you? Riddler was talking about Melissa J's frequency video. That's right. That's what Riddler was talking about last night when he was. You might not have been up here during that time. Tonka said the frequency doesn't look natural. It's very organized, like it's being manipulated.
There's some systems around the world that can manipulate frequencies like that. Rather large ones.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know anything about it. Just that I was reading like the comments on it, and a lot of people were talking about it didn't look right and all that.
Well, there's one right up by Tonka that's the biggest in the world, I think.
So I get people always monetized if they are not. I have to hunt for their channel. So, Liza, if someone's not monetized, you still, even if you're sub to them, you have to look for it.
I don't get your notifications until after you're live.
Really?
Yep. I'll get the one when you first put it up.
Like the 30-minute one?
Yeah, I get that one. But the one when you go live, it's usually 5 to 10 minutes after you're actually live.
Oh, wow.
Yes, Tonka, harp.
Kenny,
what I was referring to.
that's my air conditioner you hear. As long as it's not too loud and bothering people, I'm not cutting it off. It's too hot down here.
Russia, China, and I believe New Zealand also have similar setups as the HARP system in Alaska.
I've never heard of it, honestly. I don't know anything about all
Don't jump
that.
down the rabbit hole. Don't do it. Swear to God, I got lost on that son of a bitch for like 3 days one time. It's very discombobulated with facts. It's hard to figure out, what's really true and what's not when you start digging into that one.
Right. Sweet Melissa says she gets mine 14 minutes after I start. Well, that's not right. Y'all should get it as soon as I hit go live. Y'all should get it.
No, it's almost always 10 minutes after you start. But I know when you're going live, so
Yeah, I used to go live at 10:30, but now I have to go pick my son up at night, so I have to go live at 10:45.
I know tonight I'm at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock and out, guy. Tonight I have to be. I'm going fishing.
So that's what 24 minutes in
Yep,
counting.
I've got an alarm set on my phone. I have to go fishing. I promised. There's a little boy counting on me, and I will not let him down.
Well, no, you can't do that. Hey, yes, it's me. How are you? Okay, I cannot join the members on my phone through YouTube, but it shows a join button on my laptop. I want to join through my phone because it's secure instead of open. Wi-Fi. Yes, it's me. Do you have an iPhone or Android? Hey, Summer, how are you? Ashes, how are you? Hey, Net Detective, how are you? I wonder why people are not getting that.
It's not just your channel. That comedian that I have coming in a week and a half,
Uh,
I didn't get his notification today either until he was live.
I wonder
The
why.
show was already going.
Hey, Billy. Okay, who was that just said that a second ago? Where did their comment go? Okay, yes, it's me. I just dropped the membership link. See if that will help you.
You got to rewrite the one for the iPhone.
Well,
The description that doesn't really tell what it is when it comes up in the chat.
wait, what does it say? Oh, no, it don't. Okay, let me go do that real quick.
Yeah. I meant to tell you about that the other day when they were dropping that link, and I'm like, nobody knows what that is.
I probably, when I put it in Nightbots, the command for it. Yeah, here it is. I was probably in a hurry, and that's why.
And you can take the Big Al one off of there because I think a lot of these people are following me on Twitter thinking that my Twitter is going to be a true crime thing, and that couldn't be further from the truth. And they're probably going, "Who is this guy?"
I can leave it on there.
That's fine. I haven't gotten any heat for it yet, but I've seen a few people follow me and then unfollow me.
Oh, okay. Hey, Sima, how are you?
It's a drag on Twitter because I used to have 85,000 followers, and when they took my Twitter away, I had to start all over.
You lost all of them?
Yeah, 85,000 on my other one.
Let's see. And I seen somebody just tag my name a second ago. Where did it go? Okay, that was Sima. Gina Marie says, I haven't gotten a notification from any channels in weeks, but I think it's been hacked like 3 times. Oh. Okay, so opinion full genealogical match from sheath is trash in 24 hours. Preposterous. Billy, I can't remember if I said hi to you, but thank you for joining us tonight.
Sally Mae, I got banned for telling a political person, I won't mention who, to go play in traffic. And they canceled my account permanently. but they needed to go play in traffic.
All right. Let me get my notes back out over here. Finish asking my questions of everybody's opinions. I'm still like this whole thing is honestly I don't even know what to think about it. If you want to know the truth.
I don't know what to think about any of it at this point. I just know we're going to go round and round in circles unless something comes up that we have to talk about until this. Because if we continue to do this for the next 4 months,
Oh yeah, it's gonna get boring real quick.
well, not even boring, but I think people are going to start reaching, and the misinformation, disinformation is just going to go get worse.
Oh, it's yeah for sure. See, I Tuesday the 27th is when they're having all those motion hearings. I want to say two of them they're supposed to be having, but for some reason there was. It seems like there was another one that was put on in some paperwork that Ann Taylor did or whatever. So we'll have all that coming out Tuesday. And hopefully, I wonder if the judge, because, whenever he went to court the other day, and they had like the Gonzalez family thing and then the AP thing, and later on in that afternoon, and the judge said that he wasn't going to give his decision yet. I'm wondering if he's waiting until the 27th to give his decision.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Because honestly, I would have thought, because I want to say that was the 9th that they went to court for that. I would have thought by now he would have done given his decision. It's been Friday will be 2 weeks.
But he said the 27th.
Well, the
Right.
27th is when there's some other motions that they're supposed to be dealing with. But I don't think he said that he was going to give his decision on the gag order stuff on the 27th.
Oh, okay.
Unless he did. Now, the second one that they had that afternoon with was it the Media Coalition or whatever? I didn't watch that one. I only watched the earlier one. Hey, Bushcraft family, how are you? Check Lori's comments. Hey, Leah, how are you? Let me find Lori. See Lori.
She said, can we talk about the timeline 0400 to 0425 versus the white car on the PCA?
Okay, yeah, we can do that, but where is Lori's comments? Why am I not seeing them?
She's up quite a ways. Like probably 20 comments up.
Hold on. I'm not seeing her comment.
I don't know. I see it.
Oh, wait. Can we talk about the timeline 0400 to 0425? Okay. All right, Lori, what do you want to talk about with regards to that? Because honestly, I don't understand that either. Hey, Tyler, how are you? Good Lord, my thing just. Oh, wait. My chat is stuck and it's going up and down with my mouse. On June 20th,
That just happened to me like 10 minutes ago.
I hit the little
Yeah.
wheel on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was moving. Okay, so on June 27th, Kohberger, his defense, and the prosecution will be present for a motion hearing to compel the prosecution to hand over pieces of evidence that the defense believes they are withholding.
Thank you, Tyler, and good evening.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting hearing too, because she's saying they ain't got it. Hey, Vapor, how are you? She's saying that they haven't got it. The prosecution is saying, well, we've sent it to you. It's probably more than likely stuffed in that 51 terabytes worth of stuff, and she's just got to go dig through it to find it.
I would just love to be a fly on the wall and know how many research assistants or assistants they have digging through all that.
I would say 7 to 8 probably.
Categorizing it all and putting it, separating it into, what kind of media is it? Is it a file? Is it a video? Is it audio? Is it a text message? Is it an email? And then, once they get it all separated, then they got to go through it.
Right. which is not going to be any fun either.
I can't
Uh,
imagine.
it's got to be boring, honestly. Like I know they're the reason why they're doing it is to defend Bryan, and that's
Yep.
his right to have that, and that they got to do it. But I couldn't imagine having to go through all of that, all the pictures, all the documents that they sent. Like they've sent a lot of stuff over to them. So that's how we know, like, as far as what was in the PCA, there's more than just that. We just don't know exactly what all of it entails.
I will be right back.
Okay. All right. So Lori and CJ says, like, it doesn't make sense. Can we make it make sense? Lori and CJ, honestly, I get the 4 o'clock part of it. Like I've said, just because they're saying that Xana got the DoorDash 4, but then they say after that the car was seen leaving at 4:20. I can't figure out where the extra 5 minutes is coming in at. See, how do they know there is stuff missing unless they had someone there to see it happen? Loaded. That's like Brian saying that he knows that the exculpatory evidence exists. But what is this exculpatory evidence that he knows that exists? Like, how does he know that it exists? Wait, what did Stevie say? Hold on. Oh, y'all are okay. Never mind. See, there's no way that he would know without. What I'd like to know is how wherever it got started. And I know it was Annie Elise, is what some people were telling me that she heard from someone else. But how did that person who told Annie Elise know it? Because I still haven't got to go back and watch Annie Elise's video about that, where she was talking about the knife sheath being under Maddie's body. He says exculpatory evidence exists, but he won't give an alibi. I'm Kim. That's what I don't understand either. If he has an alibi, why does he need more time to produce the alibi?
Because they got to go through all the data
For
to
him
make
to,
sure his alibi isn't already proven wrong with the data that they already have.
I guess that makes sense. Like,
In
if
my
he,
opinion. In my opinion.
well, I mean, he could get up there and say, "Okay, this is my alibi," and then here's my proof to back it up. That was within the documents that y'all gathered and sent over to my team, which would also, in the same thing, be like his exculpatory evidence or whatever. So many smart and wise people in this group. We are bound to come up with a consensus. Can it be done in that time frame or no? That's what really still bothers me. So, Lori and CJ, you're talking about from the 404 time frame to the 420 time frame. Let's just say he gets in the house at 406. By the time he parks and gets into the house, leaves out of the house at 418. So that's what, 12 minutes? I mean, some people are saying that it can be done in that short amount of time.
I just have a hard time with it. It just seems so fast. I don't know. I don't know. I've never killed 4 people.
Right.
You know?
I mean, if it's someone, I could see someone who's trained to do something like that. Like a certain type of background or something like that. I just don't think that Brian had that certain type of background to do it. Hey, Arv, how are you? See, I ain't got a witness, but I can prove it. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Keep in mind the PCA times are approximately for the most part and not exact. I think the only thing that would be exact, Mary, would be they saw his car at 4:04 the last time going to the house and then leaving for the last time at 4:20. I want to say that that was the only time that they put in there that wasn't approximate. And maybe Xana being on TikTok at 4:12. But I don't, why would they? Because wouldn't she be on TikTok before and after 4:12? Hey, Sandra, how are you?
You would think the app would be active.
So I wonder why they didn't, like, why just come up with just that 1 minute? Why not come up with like a time frame for that? Okay, well, it shows that Xana was on TikTok from approximately this time, let's just say 3:45 until they think that the murders took place.
King Scarlet, I agree with your statement.
Okay, so I did research on exculpatory evidence, and it says most people that are accused of something say that they have it, but it's almost never the case. It's always just talk. That could be what he's doing with this alibi thing. Like, I got an alibi. There's exculpatory evidence, and he got nothing. He's just,
I mean, potential jury pool. You know,
yeah.
they hear the word exculpatory evidence enough times. You know,
Or what is it? They've only got to get one juror, where the state's got to have all of them.
yeah, you only have to have one person hold out.
Okay, so Liza said a Navy SEAL told me that it could be done faster than 12 minutes. Background: the state took his parents to a grand jury in Pennsylvania. Still wondering about the why they would, if it is true that it was. Oh, I can't remember the woman's name now. Is her name Dana Smithers? I believe was her name. Um, I wonder why they would have had to have went and testified at the grand jury for that case.
I don't know.
Again for Android. Yes, it's me. Give me just a second and I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, I think a Navy SEAL. Yeah, a Navy SEAL certainly could get that done a lot faster. But you got
Yeah,
to
but
think about the
there's
training they've been through.
the training, they like that's their background, like, you know.
They're not going to freak out the first time they put a knife in another human being like I would think someone would.
Right.
Unless
Hey,
you're having
Boomer
a
Girl.
complete psychotic break, which is possible.
I mean, and at that point, can you say, okay, I snapped and I didn't realize what I was doing or did until it was over with?
I mean, you can say anything you want. Is the jury going to believe it?
He's going to end up having to get, I'm pretty sure, like a psyche eval done, unless they've already had that done on him. Of course, we wouldn't know it until the trial.
It'll have to be favorable, otherwise they're never going to. I mean,
Yeah.
if the defense has one done and it's not favorable, they're going to bury that shit deeper than Jimmy Hoffa.
Right. All right. Yeah. I'm putting a link out if anybody wants to come up. You're more than welcome to. Steven Seagal's body double can do it in 1 minute. Let's see, would it take practice, or do you think a BK could do it in under 12 minutes? Like, I think she was asking Vapor that. I don't know. I mean, could Bryan have trained for something like that? I mean, he did. What was it? Kickboxing, but that's not going to train you to
You
do
cannot
something like
train for this.
that.
You can't train for the smell of blood. You can't. I mean, it's. I don't know. That's a lot of damage to inflict on another human being. To be able to stay calm enough, not make so much noise that you don't wake everyone else in the house up.
And then just
He's
walk
up
out of
and
the
down a lot
house.
of stairs there. He might have made it up the stairs quietly, but coming down, if he was in a rush to get to the next room, you'd think he'd be making all kinds of noise.
But the way the way they put it in the PCA, Dylan says he just walked right by her and
Yeah,
walked
just
like
sauntered
wasn't
past.
yeah, like it wasn't nothing to it. Yes, it's me. Thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. It
Lauren,
just
I've wondered about the tussle thing too. Did anybody fight back? And again, we're not going to know that until the evidentiary
yeah,
hearings.
because the only thing that we've heard was what a source has said, and that was about Xana's fingers. They were saying that it was because and which her dad did say that she had defensive wounds, but it was like she was fighting him back and she grabbed the knife and he pulled the knife through her hands. And almost severed her fingers, but we don't know if that's true or not. That came from a source, along with Bethany didn't see anything because she didn't walk up to the second floor.
If that was my
Because
daughter, I'd want to know that she fought back.
right, wait, have you guys? When am I? Have you guys heard the 911 call and body cam from the Brent Kopaka? No, Elliot, I haven't watched it. But
Heard a lot about it.
I just don't. I don't know if he had anything to do with this, honestly. Like I get he has the military background and all that. And could him and Bryan maybe cross paths at some point? Possibly. They live right there close to each other. And once they didn't Brent work at WSU, I think is what somebody said.
Anything's possible.
You know, Bryan likes, from what has been said by people who claim that they know him, that he always wanted to be a police officer. There was like the ROTC picture, so he liked, I guess, the whole military part of stuff, and he might have crossed paths with Brent Kopaka, and they might have talked and stuff like that. I just don't think Brent Kopaka had anything to do with it. I really don't. Could be completely wrong, but in my opinion, I don't think he did. I theorize Santa was the only one that fought back, and the rest were all caught by surprise. Loaded Hot, that could be possible. Maybe she fought back, and maybe her fighting back, Ethan could have been asleep, and it woke him up. And if what Dylan is saying, that she thought she heard Kaylee playing with her dog upstairs, then that would put Kaylee awake as well. Lord, I haven't been marking my stuff off on my notes as I go. Let's see. He had the biggest advantage because they were all sleeping or not, sleeping or out of it. How are you?
Hey, how are you guys?
What's going
Doing
on,
good.
Weaver?
Oh, tired. Like I said, I'll usually come home and do a bunch of stuff, and then I lay down and take a nap before you guys start.
Uh huh.
And last night I didn't wake up till like almost 1 o'clock, and I'm like, well, I'm not gonna come on start that late. And then I kind of fell asleep again, and I just woke up now. So I'm like, well, it's not too late. I'll go on. But remember Big Al a couple of weeks ago? I told you I wanted to go over this whole timeline thing.
Yes, sir.
So everybody seems to have such a hard time believing that even somebody who's never done anything could do this in this time frame, which is weird to me because although we train to do this thing, as unfortunate as it may be for the people involved. I mean, so we're talking about somewhere between 8 to 12 minutes, correct?
Yeah, somewhere around in there. Just depending on how long it took him from 404 to get into the house.
So let's just say he was there for one person. Okay.
Mhm.
And he kind of knew where that one person was, which I don't know which one of the girls upstairs, which one who I think he was, I don't know which one he was after, but let's just say he was going for one person in particular, which
Okay.
when he got in there and he knew where he was going to go, he had an idea that it was on the third floor. But yet when he shows up in that room, there's more than one person there. Um, so now it's kind of too late. Now it's just like, all right, well, it's going to be two, and that's not going to take too long with them either being asleep or really close to being asleep, or even if he went to the one they weren't together. Let's just say even if they weren't together at the moment he showed up there,
Mhm.
but the other one, heard something and showed up. Even if that situation, if he knew where to go on the third floor, because in my opinion, he went straight to the third floor. Um, that's still not going to take with the weapon he has. That's not going to take more than a minute and a half to 2 minutes.
That's assuming he knew what he was doing.
No,
They
not
didn't.
even.
That they
Not
that
even.
they didn't fight back, and where he stabbed them.
Oh well, yeah,
We don't
but
know.
it doesn't matter where he stabbed them. With that knife, with that weapon, it doesn't matter. If he got them clean, it doesn't. The first one would have done it, but just because there was multiple wounds doesn't mean that somebody fought back and he had to use that many strikes to accommodate what he did. But let's just say, because honestly, I've and I understand that I've been trained to do this, but I can see somebody that's never done this that had the want to, because he wanted to, or he never would have showed up with that that particular weapon. Okay, he
Well,
wouldn't have.
probably adrenaline too to go with it, maybe.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Once he got there and started, the first two upstairs would take less than 2 minutes. You know, and maybe he stood around staring at what he just did for a minute or two, even. But I completely believe that he went straight to the third floor to do what he was there to do, and when he came down, he encountered Xana, and that turned into a whole other unfortunate you know situation. But I think at that time he was so adrenaline charged that his adrenaline at the moment of leaving, coming down from the third floor, his adrenaline was uh focused on getting out now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But when he came down, encountered Xana, in my opinion, um and I think Ethan was kind of dozing off, if not already dozed off. But I think when he encountered Xana, he had to go after her, because maybe he didn't want to, but I think it was one of those snap judgment things where, don't know if that person saw me. I don't know but
Well,
he's
she
so
was on the
charged
floor,
up.
right?
Huh?
She was on the floor,
Yeah.
She was on the floor, but
so
she
she
was
was
also.
between him and the exit.
No. She not in her room. I mean, when he came down the steps, though, I mean, like I've always thought that he just ran into her while either she was taking the trash from the DoorDash or whatever. It had something. She was out of her room because of the DoorDash situation, in my opinion. I don't think he knew anything about the DoorDash. I just think that either she had finished, she was taking it to the kitchen, or she had gone to the kitchen to grab something or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I guess
You don't
assume.
think that the tussle upstairs and people being stabbed
No, I don't
could have
think. I
made
don't think
enough
that
noise to
caused.
wake her up?
I don't know. I don't think that. No, she was already awake. I don't think that, and that could have been the little bit of scuffle, that, because there wasn't going to be much of a scuffle upstairs. There wasn't. There wasn't. There's. I mean, when you get a surprise attack on somebody, especially if they're asleep or half asleep, Nobody's laying in their bed at night
What
thinking
about
somebody's.
screaming though?
Well, that's where the wounds come in, because if he got them in the chest or in the neck or there's a lot of places you can get somebody with just the first, with the first attack that renders them to the point where they can't make a sound, whether they're alive or not.
Mm-hmm.
So, I agree with that, and I agree with you being trained. Obviously, you know that. I don't think this guy knew that, and I don't think his first time around it would be that seamless. I just, in my personal opinion, I don't think it was that seamless.
I just think, like what I'm trying to say is that 8 to 12 minutes it's an eternity when you're in an adrenaline rush like that. It's an eternity. And let's put this into perspective a little bit more. 8 to 12 minutes, right? But yet
Yeah.
this guy's already proven on his runs that he can do more than a mile in 6 minutes. And that's not even a fast mile. Okay. But he's in shape enough to do that. So you telling me that going 150 steps in a house in 8 to 12 minutes is more unlikely to happen than somebody running a mile in less than 6 minutes?
I can't speak to the time because I don't know what his mental state was after the first time he drove a knife into another human being.
Well, nobody can except him or whoever
Right.
did it, right?
Right.
So, but before we do something, we usually mock stuff up. We have an idea of a floor plan, and a lot of training goes into it. But the first time we go into a mocked up situation where the floor plan is built for us to familiarize ourselves with it, the first time we go in there, and I don't think that this was the first time he was in that house. Either that,
I agree with that.
I don't. Either that or he had watched somebody. He knew where to go. Whether he knew the floor plan or not, he knew that he had to go to the top floor. And it could seem like an eternity to somebody, but when the adrenaline is a motherfucker.
It makes me puke.
Yeah. If it's literally. I don't know. There's just a lot of things that people can do under. People think, people are hopped up on drugs. They've got this super strength. It's not. It's adrenaline. It's not the drug so much. Adrenaline is. I don't know. It's crazy. The problem with adrenaline though is that you get scatterbrained because if you're not used to having the adrenaline rush, or if you're not used to, doing these types of things, like I'm pretty sure he wasn't used to doing this thing. But I still believe that he went to the third floor because that's where he knew he had to go to get what he wanted. And that only took him 2 to 3 minutes, maybe. And then he's on an adrenaline rush and ran into Xana, or I think it was Xana. But he ran into one of them down there, and then it wasn't a thought process of should I or shouldn't I. I think it was just a snap reaction to go after those people. And then they put up a fight. At least we know Xana probably did. But we're talking somebody even putting up a fight with the weapon he has. You're still instead of taking a minute or two to do what you did upstairs, now it's going to take 2 to 3 or 4 max, and you're still out of there under 8 or 9 minutes. Now, even if the only thing I can understand that doesn't fit into the time frame, and I know that a lot of people have brought it up, is that you can't do all this in that time frame and not leave footsteps or whatever in blood. You're going to track it ever. You can either be fast and get out, or you can be slow and methodical and clean up your mess at the same time. But you
Agreed.
you can't do both. If he was going slow and methodical and cleaning up his mess, which is I don't even think is even possible
No.
with the weapon that was used and the stab wounds that I've heard
There,
of.
he would have been in there for hours trying to clean
Yeah,
up.
it's almost like he would have had to have been there till daylight.
So the 911 call was made?
No, not that long. I mean,
You don't think?
to clean it up.
Yeah.
But the thing is if it was cleaned up to the point where there
Well,
wasn't
not completely clean, but to make sure that he himself didn't leave anything behind.
Yeah, well, there's no way that that's the
I think
only
I think the car is. Someone mentioned in the chat last night. I'm sorry, I don't remember who it was, but the car is going to be, what really hangs his ass if they found anything in the car. And like you just said, with using that type of weapon, I mean, just from skinning deer, blood gets everywhere. And that's not a violent action. You're very calculated.
You're skinning a deer after the heartbeat's gone.
Exactly. It's not arterial spraying.
Exactly. There's arterial spraying. There's, I mean, and every and everybody in here has watched a CSI show or something, but every stab with the force and the everything that goes into stabbing somebody like that, there's going to be blood splatter everywhere, and he's not going to be clean by any means. This guy had to have been splattered. There's no way that they got the wounds that they all got without him being covered.
I know there was a time I hit a deer with my truck, and for some reason I didn't have my pistol with me that night. All I had was my hunting knife, and it was the first time I ever had to use it to dispatch a deer, and it was the messiest thing I've ever done.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to go into great detail about it, but it was messy, extremely messy. And what you're saying about the heartbeat is very true. When that heart is pumping that blood, it's
I
all bets are off on where it's going.
Who said that? Who just asked the question about the sharp force trauma and all? Kelly. What was her question exactly? Because the difference in the wounds, in my opinion, between the sharp force and something else, it went by too fast. I couldn't read it.
It was Kelly, you said?
Yeah.
Well, you just explained your whole point in the time that we think he was in there. 12 minutes.
I don't mean to be an a-hole or anything.
No, I don't think you are at all.
No. But what I'm saying is, you're making because you're kind of aligning it with. I understand somebody that's trained that could do it in that time frame, but somebody who's never done it, I don't know. But the thing is that somebody who's trained like the things that we're trained to do, we could have. And
you get in and out in 3 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Tops.
So yeah, when I saw this whole thing, 8 to 12 or 14 minutes or whatever, I'm like, that's an eternity.
I don't think he was in there that long. Honestly,
I don't either. I think he was in there 8 to 12 minutes, and I think
I think it was 8 minutes.
And I think the upstairs took honestly, I think the upstairs took less than a minute and a half to 2 minutes max. And then by the time, I think he was in such an adrenaline rush, his mindset wasn't to go after somebody else. His mindset was to get the hell out of there. But I think that he got caught. And whether, it could have even been Dylan opening the door or saying something like, in the PCA, it says she said a couple things out the door or whatever. That could have brought his attention to thinking, I got to find out who else is right downstairs. Who else is awake right now because I can't get caught. And that would be horrible to think that Dylan alerted him to somebody else on the second floor being awake and him not getting the person that actually made the sound.
I think it was way messier and way louder than we think. I think the ones that made it, I think the people that made it out were probably either huddled in the corner or they made a phone call right away, and we're going to find all that out when all this comes out.
Gee,
what I think.
Why was I what?
Oh, there's Kelly. Okay, I was trying to find Kelly's thing. Oh, she was asking, why are you trying to...
My unit was well, it's arguable, but it's not arguable that my unit isn't the best special forces unit that the United States has. You could argue that there are some in other countries that might come close to us, but they're not. They might be more trained in a certain area, but they're not trained overall. We're probably the best special forces unit on the planet. And a lot of that comes from that, even though we are Army, our special forces, this special forces unit doesn't only pick from the Army. We actually have SEALs and some Marines that make it onto the unit that I was in. We don't make it exclusive to the Army, although it is an Army unit. We take SEALs and we take, force recon from the Marines, and we'll take some Air Force people. It really just depends on the position. And that's what's funny is everybody, people are saying how, well, you have to be the best of the best. You do have to be the best of the best, but when there's tryouts for the unit, they don't necessarily take the best person that comes out of that tryout. They take the best person that's suited for the position that we need to fill. That might not be the best person that tried out, though, if that makes any sense.
I know my dad was a medic and a shooter, and he was a Green Beret, and it was he was obviously, this was years ago, Korea.
Oh yeah.
So there were a lot of dual purpose guys back then.
Yes.
You kind of had to have two MOSs to really get in any of the teams back then because they were relatively new.
Okay, there's Kelly's comment. She had to post it again. I pulled it up on the screen.
Were described okay, an edge weapon or a sharp force. So what that, in my opinion, from what I know, what that means is an edged weapon means that he sliced something using the blade to actually cut through like an artery, and then the sharp force is when he used the tip of it to actually stab with, if you understand how I'm describing it. So one is like if you were to slice somebody's throat or slice a main artery, whether it's in the groin or in the neck or in an arm, and then the sharp force would just be an actual stab where you're just stabbing somebody instead of slicing somebody.
Oh shoot, hold on. Okay.
Well, you got an extra 20 minutes out of me.
Were you going?
Because I wanted to hear what Vapor had to say. It's
I just realized it was that late.
Thank you for your service.
Oh,
first of all,
you're welcome.
It's appreciated.
It's it's weird. I've never.
Trust me, I know. I spent a lot of time at the VA with my dad, and yeah, it's a strange thing. A lot of guys don't like to talk about it. And
yeah,
my dad was no different. I didn't get a lot out of him until right before he passed.
Well, my dad won't even talk about being in Vietnam. But
Korea was really bad at the end. I mean, it was
my whole situation. It was a complete shock to everybody because I had I was a week away from having to report to University of Pittsburgh on a scholarship to play football and run track, and I went and joined the Army without telling anybody. My parents flipped the hell out.
Your parents are pissed off. Oof.
But it was just one of those opportunities that was given to me that it was strange, and I've kind of said a little bit about it before. My cousin and I grew up wanting to be like, and I don't know where it came from, but we wanted to be professional assassins when we were little kids. And then when my test scores with what they came back and offered me fit right in line with that, and I was like, yeah, this is going to be so much more fun than playing football. So not to make it sound like gory, but it was just some, when you're growing up a little kid, and I don't know how we got it in our heads that we wanted to do that, because obviously when you're small and growing up and 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, you don't really realize what that entails. But yeah, we both ended up kind of doing that. He went in the Air Force, but
my old man fought me on joining. He wouldn't let me.
Well, I didn't ask anybody's permission. I just did it. I went and did it, and then I didn't tell anybody for like 2 days after I did. When everybody was going on and on about, oh, we're going to have this party and that party before you leave to go do this. And I'm like, you know what? I'm actually going to be here for a couple more months before I go into the Army. And they're like, what the hell did you just say?
Good evening.
Hey, Avery, how are you?
Hey,
all right,
I'm
guys,
good.
I'm gonna jump down.
Okay. Have fun, small.
Don't take it personally, Avery. I gotta go. I'm going fishing in the morning.
Oh, you just don't want to be up here with me.
No, that's not true.
But I'd said a week ago that I wanted to explain the timeline, and I just feel like even if you took somebody that had never done it before, and you give the element of surprise to the first person or first couple of people, and then the adrenaline he got after it, I don't feel like the 8 to 12 minutes is short at all. I feel like it could well be done. Like I said, I don't understand how there is not a blood trail, or
there wasn't anything outside, was it?
That
I've seen.
That could be one thing. I mean, he could have wore shoe covers or something and took them off before he went out. But the thing is that.
But wouldn't he be like the stuff be dripping off of him?
No, not if he. Because I've always kind of thought he wore like a black hoodie, and that's why I always kind of figured he put the knife in the pocket, the pouch in front. The knife sheath never made sense to me at all, unless he had it in the knife sheath in there, and then when tussling with people, it just kind of fell out of that pocket.
Vapor, me and my sister had a theory about that, and that's what I wanted to come up and see what you guys thought of it.
Okay.
We're both into true crime, and years ago we were thinking about like possibly writing a book on like how to make the perfect murder. And one of the things that we had found in our research was that there's different sprays that you can spray on your shoes, and they're really more for repelling water. But there's some industrial strength, like Capella brand, and I wondered what you thought about that. Like if he had sprayed his shoes beforehand in the bottom of them, would it have repelled blood as it does, water? Isn't it any liquid?
I mean, it could repel it, but the thing is that when they take those samples to test the blood, that chemical, whatever it is, I mean, it should show up, you would think, unless it was super dry or whatever. But I've always kind of thought that he, like I said, he wore a hoodie. If you're wearing a thick material like that, it's going to absorb the blood instead of let blood drip off of it. And instead of, when he's running around the house, blood's not going to be falling off of this thing, his shirt, his pants, or whatever. I
was just thinking in terms of leaving footprints, shoe prints,
But even if he did that, there still should be like smears, especially down in Xana's room where there was a tussle between 3 people. There's got to be people slipping and there has to be people slipping and falling and sliding around in blood.
Right. I don't see how there's no way he could not have stepped in it.
Yeah, I mean, no, he definitely, whoever, whether it's him or somebody else, nobody, the person that did this didn't get out of that house without leaving evidence of it,
Hmm.
and that's another reason why they should not tear that house down at all until this is completely over. Because honestly, I'm lucky I'm nowhere near that place, because I would have tried to break into it already just to see what it looks like inside for my own. Literally, I would.
Hopefully, though, the college will decide to keep it standard
I
and
don't
not
think
tear
so.
down.
He's so
I,
brutally honest. Lucky I'm not near it because I'd break in.
well, seriously, I mean,
I would too, probably. Oh my gosh.
I would pay the security. Here's a $100 bill for you to go walk down the street for 20 minutes so I can get in and out real quick. It's just
Gosh,
I don't.
yeah.
I mean, I know everything's obviously dry, and how many people have walked through everything by now, but still,
Yeah.
that it's just it's not imaginable that the person that did this didn't track stuff everywhere.
I
And
mean,
the other
just think
thing,
of the kids that went in there afterwards. I
That's
know
yeah.
they had to have stepped in something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
there
I
had
wondered if the crime scene booties, when they went in with the crime scene booties over their shoes, if those booties did not wipe away impressions as they're walking through. But I don't know if, like if they would do that, or I don't
Do
know.
I
those
mean,
do they soak stuff up, the booties that they put on? Because they look like they're super thin.
I mean, they're I don't know exactly which ones they wear. But if they're anything just like basic shoe cover booties that people wear, construction
Uh-huh.
people wear when you go in the house, that'll soak up stuff. And then once it's wet and you keep walking, it's like wearing, like a Swiffer thing on your shoe. Wherever you walk and slide your foot, once it gets damp, it's just gonna erase what's on the ground.
That's what
Or
I've always
or
wondered about those.
streak it up. Like when you're walking across there and it's wet and it's just leaving
Hmm.
red streaks everywhere.
So
It's
like there really could have been, if not a blood pattern of the person's shoe prints, but there could have been like impressions of the person's shoe prints, and they could have just wiped them away with those booties on. Like I've
Right.
always been curious about that when it comes to wood floors and stuff.
Well, they also have the different the ones that are like plastic that wouldn't absorb anything, and as long as you didn't step in anything wet, they wouldn't erase anything. I guess I don't know. I doubt that they really pay attention to the way people walk you know, when they're in a crime scene, but there are those people. We all know those people that just kind of shuffle their feet instead of pick their feet up when they walk.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, who knows? You could be erasing stuff just by the way they walk around that house. But I think that house something was done in the house by all those kids that were there before 911 was called. And if you look at the entryway where everybody knows on the bottom floor, everybody sees all the law enforcement going in and out of from the bottom floor. There shouldn't have been any blood on the bottom floor.
True.
Hopefully by the time they went upstairs in the middle of the day, there was enough daylight for you to be able to see where to walk or not to walk in order to not step in by that time it would have been dry for sure, except for huge clumps of it that would have been but that would have just been pooled around where the bodies were.
Right.
That there shouldn't have been any cast off blood or any of that stuff still wet by the time law enforcement showed up like 8 hours later. But the pools around the bodies could still be clotted enough that if you stepped in it, you would attract it. And I hope that nobody was stupid enough to do that. But
I
I
still
don't know.
wonder about the boy that they said that went in and checked the pulse or whatever of Ethan and Xana.
Yeah.
I mean, if Xana's on the floor close to the door, Ethan's further into the room.
Right.
I wonder how he was able to step around. Because if let's just say if Ethan's on the floor close to Xana,
Yeah, but
in
I'm
the
wondering how much light was in that room for him to see that where he was stepping.
Mm-hmm.
I
I
don't know.
mean, for him to think. I mean, because if there was daylight and say the curtains were open or something, there would have been such a mess there. He would have never even thought that he should check Ethan for a pulse. You know,
Right. That's
which makes me think that it was semi-dark in there, if not dark, because if you looked at that in the daylight versus looked at that in the dark, there's no reason for you to go in that room. You already know.
yes, it's me. I don't know why he would check a pulse unless it was just like a natural reaction thing to do to when you see
Yeah.
someone like I mean I could get that if it what he's seen I can only imagine what he's seen in that room and it might have just been a natural reaction. Let me go check his pulse.
Well, I sure hope that the prosecution was smart enough to use the same cameras they caught his car on to find out what people were in and out of that house at 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, and then track their phones and find those people and confiscate their phones, because I promise you those kids, if there was kids in that house 4 or
They had
5 hours
pictures.
before, they've got pictures and video. There's no way that those
Oh,
kids
Right.
did not take pictures and video.
if
Right.
There's no
that ever got leaked, oh, that would be terrible.
Hopefully if they did find them all and they looked through their phones and there was pictures they deleted them. Hopefully. Hey Ava
Well, they should
Riddler.
be using them as evidence, actually. I mean,
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that too, but get them off of their phone so they can't do anything with them.
oh no,
Yeah.
they would never give those phones back to them with those on there. I mean,
Riddler, can you hear us
it's a
okay?
crime.
Yeah, I hear everybody fine. How are y'all
Okay.
doing? Good morning.
Doing good. How are you?
Hi, Riddler.
How you
How
doing,
you doing,
Avery?
Wid?
Vapor, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing tonight?
Okay. Finally got through all this rain down here, but I guess we're going to keep it up for all week long.
Oh, it's going here too in Alabama.
Yeah.
We
It's been
finally in Louisiana don't have any for a couple of days, thank God.
I've already
Oh,
told
what's
you.
your humidity at? Because mine was at 5 today.
No, ours was at one time it was like 70 degrees and like 70 humidity, and then or about 60
Mine's at 88 right
humidity.
now.
Humidity?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it gets like
mine's at
that in the
88.
south. That's why I'm
ooh.
saying. That's why I was happy at 70.
I don't even know what the humidity is here in Alabama, but I can only imagine it's high.
What part of? I'm not trying to. I mean, you know where Fort Rucker is? I'll just go with that instead of
Yeah,
asking you where you are in Alabama. Ask if you know where Fort Rucker is.
yeah, sure do.
Yeah, we did a lot of training with the Cobra pilots there at Fort Rucker.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to live when I first moved here, I was very south Alabama, and then I moved to central Alabama. And then I moved further south, but not, all the way down like near Mobile Gulf Shores, but just further south from Montgomery.
Humidity here is 83.
Oof.
Oh, wow. Mine's 88. It's hot, I tell you.
Yeah,
Damn.
and so we came from Yuma, Arizona was the last place we were before we came to Alabama, and me and my sister, we were like,
Big difference.
oh,
You were?
yeah, we were like, this ain't right. Like
Did you grow up there?
we're sweating like dudes. No, my father was military, so we moved
Marine
everywhere.
base there, or the Army's out in the proving grounds?
Marine, oorah.
Yeah, they had that Marine
Number
base right
5.
there. We used. I spent a lot of time in Yuma too. We used to watch the
Yeah.
Harrier jets there at the Marine base. Those things are interesting to watch.
Mm-hmm. Yuma, aka hottest city in the United States.
I don't know. Well, since you were in Yuma, you know where El Centro is, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's where I was born.
Oh really? That's where
So I
Cher
grew
was
up.
born too.
Oh, do you know where Glamis is?
Yep.
We
Used to
used to own
go out there
Glamis.
and go four-wheeling.
Yeah, we used to own Glamis. I lived in Glamis from the time I was 5 until I was 12.
Oh wow.
We owned the store, which was on the other side of the street at the time we owned it, not where it is now.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yeah. That was way back.
Okay.
But I wanted to share a, a story because
Okay.
it really, I think it like really relates to or it could relate to, you know, how Bethany reacted that night. And I've shared this story one time before, months back. I don't know if you guys want to hear it or not, but I think it can kind of help
As
people
long
maybe
as it,
understand.
I mean, everybody should, everybody can voice their opinion. It's just last night when I
Right.
did wake up, though, I almost grabbed my phone because I'm sick and tired of hearing people try to relate drugs into this situation, whether it is a possibility or not.
Yes.
Until there's
Mhm,
proof, do not come. I mean, I understand there's possibilities everywhere. There's a
mhm.
possibility of drugs being involved in any house
Yeah,
around
but it's
any
getting
city.
ridiculous with this case, though.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it
I didn't
really
mean to
is.
take you off topic, Avery. I just was saying that I'm just over
Yeah.
that
Oh, it's okay.
until there's proof. But yeah, I want to hear your theory. It's
Yeah, go
obvious.
ahead.
Okay. So it was let's see, it was 11 years ago to be exact. My sister had left a very, very abusive relationship, and I lived several counties away, and the abuser didn't know where I lived. So her and my 17-year-old niece moved in with me. And at the time, I had a fairly large home. It was a 5-bedroom home, and my master bedroom was on the left side of the house, and then all the other bedrooms were on the right side of the house, so all the way across the house. And my 17-year-old niece, you know, she made a bunch of friends, and she would often have like friends in and out, you know, at different times of the night.
Hmm.
And so I was in my bed asleep, and I woke up. I heard noise. I woke up, and I thought that my sister and my niece were play wrestling because they would often, you know, do that. And so then I went back to sleep. Then I heard, you know, more commotion, and I got up and I opened the door, and I seen, you know, a guy going out the front door, and he had a black hoodie, sweatshirt on, and I only seen the back of him. And I thought, oh, you know, Taylor, my niece, I almost said her name, dang it. My niece must have, you know, some of her friends over. Didn't think anything more of it, and went in and went, you know, back to sleep, slept through the night. And when I first seen it, it did kind of like stun me for a minute, like, you know, dang, why is this guy, you know, got a hoodie over his head? But I could just see the back of him. But it did kind of shock me for a minute. But then I just immediately thought, it's got to be one of my niece's, you know, friends, because she was always having them in and out.
Hmm.
So I went back to sleep, and I slept through all the way until the morning. In the morning, I got up, and I was wondering why my sister wasn't in the kitchen making coffee. You know, we'd pretty much meet in the mornings in the kitchen to make coffee. And so I'm making my coffee, and I hear moans, and I go over, you know, to that side of the house where her bedroom is, and her ex had come in and found her. And I mean, he had not unalived her, but he had stabbed her so many times in her hands, wrists, upper arms, and she had some other, you know, wounds on her body that she lay there, um, basically, you know, incapacitated the whole night.
Oh, wow.
And so, you know, of course, I called 911. She went to the hospital. She's fine. You know, this is 11 years ago. She's fine. He went to prison. But the whole point is that like I can so relate to what Bethany may or may not have been thinking. And now and Bethany has to live with the guilt of these people actually unaliving. I know the
You
guilt
mean you
I
mean
have.
Dylan?
Dylan. Am I? Oh, why was I saying Bethany? Dylan. Um, And I mean, I know like the guilt I felt just knowing, that my sister lay there in that kind of pain for so long.
Mm-hmm.
But like, so you see like how your mind works, especially if you have a lot of, because my house was always quiet until they moved in. And then my niece, she had so many friends in and out, in and out, in and out. And I just got kind of used to it. I would, like, so your mind will really think things like that. And I did. And I think, when I went back in and went to sleep, I probably slept about 7 hours before I got back up.
Mm-hmm. But okay, so and I hate to hear that that happened to your sister, and I'm glad that she's doing okay now.
Oh yeah,
Um,
she's a survivor and doing wonderful. Yes.
so okay, but let me ask you this:
Okay.
if okay, so when you woke up and you saw the guy in your house, and you just automatically assumed it was a friend of theirs or whatever, but
Hmm.
if you would have heard crying coming from her room or a male's voice saying it's okay, I'm here to help you, would you have thought differently of what was going on?
Well, see, right before that, the first time I woke up to them, like kind of like shouting, but I thought it was her and my niece wrestling.
Uh huh.
Now, if I would have specifically heard, I don't even know if I would have heard a male voice say, "I'm coming to help you." I may have thought that my sister and my niece were wrestling, and one of my niece's male friends was, like, "Hey, I'm coming to help you." I
Okay.
honestly, I don't know. I really don't know. But I know I replayed that scenario in my head for years, as to what I could have done different. And
Okay.
so.
I mean, and I completely get what you're saying because I mean, and it makes sense. I don't know why I have a hard time with the whole 8 hour thing and what they're saying in the PCA of her seeing him and she got
Mhm.
scared and locked herself in her room.
And
And
see, that's what I did too. When I opened the door and but I only seen the back of him, but
uh-huh.
he had a hoodie, and for a minute I kind of froze, like basically, why the F is this guy in my house, with a hoodie like that?
Mhm.
And so there was like like a frozen moment, but then I was like, man, it's got to be one of Taylor's friends. And
Right.
I closed my bedroom door and locked it and went to sleep for 7 hours.
Okay. I mean, that's a
I
good
just.
insight of I mean, because that kind of would go along with what they're saying that Dylan heard or
Mhm.
seen or whatever. I'm just
Because like she thought she heard Kaylee playing with a dog,
right.
and I thought I was hearing, my sister and niece play wrestle like they often would. So I guess I don't know, because I guess your brain just doesn't immediately want to go to somebody's being.
Bad things.
Yeah, yeah. Like I
Yeah.
never would have thought that he had found, my home and was in there. Like
Mhm.
that was not even, that thought never even crossed my mind. And I guess maybe, your mind just doesn't want to go to that could be possibly happening, right in your own home. So you put it off
Right.
to things that you're used to hearing, maybe, or maybe that's
Right.
just how I rationalize it for myself to, cope with it. But I
Mhm.
do
Well,
feel.
it seems logical that obviously everybody knows there was a lot of people in that house a lot of times.
Oh yeah, it was a party
Mhm.
house.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
mean, if it's a known, if you're, if your body or your brain kind of is used to always having
Hmm.
or having some kind of background noise or things like that don't come off as unusual, then yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
could
like that's the
completely see
thing.
it.
My
So
17-year-old niece, it was summertime, so she was out of school, and my house had basically turned into the hangout spot for her and her friends. And I remember I would always be, getting up at night and opening my bedroom door and, screaming at them because I had to get up for work in the morning, shut the F up, and slamming my bedroom door and getting back in bed pissed off. I would just be so used to, I just got so used to it. but I never in my wildest dreams would have thought that he was in there and doing that to my sister. So I can ration if we'll find out, I guess when trial comes, but I sort of
Right.
have a feeling that it's going to be something along those lines of what I experienced. I just have that feeling.
That's what I thought all along at the beginning, and I was I mean, I still defend Dylan to a point. It's just that now I believe that she did call people over there hours before anybody called law enforcement, and that's
That's
what I
very
think.
possible. Yeah.
That's
So
what
are
I
you
think is
thinking
going to.
paper maybe the 9:30 to 10 o'clock time frame like everybody's saying?
Yes, because like I said, regardless of us having proof or not, I have the proof of the Gonzalez family saying that they started getting reports of this whole situation between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. And I believe them, regardless of rumors or not having proof. And I know that we go off of, we go off of what we have proof of. But
Hmm.
I believe Autumn and Steve and Christy. I don't they don't have a reason to come out with a story like that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah.
Well, I remember the morning that it happened, and I know it was definitely well before 11 a.m. It was somewhere in the range of like 10 a.m. And it had come across my news break that there was, and I can't find it for the life of me, the guy that was outside, but he was saying that there was a lot of police outside of the home, and that he was being told by people outside that there was four unconscious college students. And I remember because the only person that I seen live on YouTube, I think it was called like Brandy Wine and Crime or something. And I remember I went in there and I commented and I said, "Hey, did you guys have you guys heard anything about these four college students unconscious in Idaho and police everywhere?" And nobody knew anything about it. But I specifically remember that it was like around like 10. It was way before 11, definitely way before 11.
I remember people coming out with it, like the news or whatever, but I don't remember exactly what time it was. And
Mhm.
Max Smith wanted to know real quick, how much prison time did your sister's ex get for doing that to her?
Okay, so for what he did to her, he got 13 years. But while he was out on bond, he ended up killing somebody, and
Oh God.
so now he's gone for life.
Okay.
And he did mess her hands up. They were almost severed.
Hmm.
Um, Yeah, she had actually been in a safe house for a while and she was tired of being in it. And so, we had made arrangements for her and my niece to come there because, living in a safe house is not, it's just it's no fun
Right.
at all.
Yeah.
It's horrible. But yeah, so he's gone. He's gone for good.
So he can't hurt nobody anymore then. So that's good.
No, no. And this is the really good thing because my sister, she had always had a really, really good job and everything. And with him, he had basically, like taken our whole life from her. Well, after this happened and she got out of the hospital, these organizations reached out to her, and they got her back into, she's in the legal field, and they got her back into it, and now here we are 10 years later and she's on top of the world. She's like as high as she can go with a legal firm that she's with, and she's just bought a beautiful home a couple of years ago, and I mean she's
So she's
she's
doing a lot better then.
she oh she's wonderful. She is
Well, that's
absolutely
good.
wonderful. Yes,
That's good.
thank God. Yeah.
Scarlett, I want to ask a question.
Okay.
If people came over there between whatever 9 o'clock plus or minus 30 minutes, why didn't they
Uh-huh.
call 911?
That's what I don't understand. Because what I'm not understanding is if these people knew about it that early in the morning, how did they keep it from Ethan's brother and sister that long? Because you know that if Hunter or Maisie would have heard about it that early in the morning, they would have came to the house and then they would have called 911 way before 11:58.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Well,
wonder how,
see,
like, how did they keep it, like, because if even if the Sigma Chi house heard about it, you know, they would have told Hunter because he was at the frat house.
I wonder if it's not a situation that they noticed the front door open and some of the people went in, seen it and were like, oh crap, let's get out of here before, they're going to think we did it, took off running,
Mhm.
probably held, oh, damn, there's the train, probably held on to it, for a little while, but was messaging, other friends. Like, that's just kind of how I picture it going.
Well, that's going to make you look more guilty.
That's what I would think too. But yeah, people panic. I know if I walked into like a M scene, I would be like, oof, but like when I'm older now, I would call 911, but kids, they might just panic and run. Kids do
Well,
dumb things.
yeah. They're immature, 18 to 21.
Yeah, so
Most
they
of
may
them.
have been
Most of them
calling
are.
butt and texting friends, like
Oh,
something's going on
definitely.
over at 11:22, but I wasn't there, but I know about it. But I wasn't there.
I can't believe though, and especially if this Dave dude is claiming that it was all on Snapchat that early in the morning. Why didn't he get in touch with
Well,
Hunter?
there's gonna be proof. I mean,
Yeah.
he can say what he wants to, but when it all comes out, there's going to be proof whether it did or it didn't. There's going to be video from cameras in the area that just same ones that caught his car. There's going to be proof from all of these warrants for Snapchat and all the phone numbers and everything that they want information from. It's good. There's just it. It's like anything else right now, and we don't have proof, but it just seems like there are certain things that are a lot more logical that could have happened than other things. It
Right.
doesn't mean that they did happen. It just seems like
Yeah. Yeah.
that it's logical that that could have happened, and it's not logical that I don't know. It's just,
My mind always tries to go to the most logical answers for things because I always think that that's how a jury is going to, try to figure things out for themselves, or not necessarily logical, but the most factual way, I guess, it could have happened.
Mhm.
And that's just how I try to, like, I don't know. I'm not big on conspiracies and things like that, so I just try to go by what little facts we know.
no
Which
way on the thing with Christie. I believe it was Autumn that brought up the 9:30 to 10, and I thought that Christie and them just kind of corroborated it, but it could have been that they said something different.
Oh, it was allegedly said that Christy said, I forgot where I seen it said
That
though.
it was
1:30 ish
12:30,
somewhere,
1:30, something like
something
that.
like that.
Because
Yeah.
I've heard both, but I think the first time I could have swore that I heard it in the interview she did with Olivia, that they did say that what they were saying was the kids were coming downstairs between 9:30 and 10 saying that Kaylee has been shot. Um,
Hmm.
and I and I don't know if that was ever corrected, but I haven't. I recollect hearing the 9:30 to 10, and it may have been changed or or said differently since then. But that's why I got the 9:30 to 10 thing, because I could have swore Autumn was the one that, and I probably shouldn't say Autumn because her name was never said. It was
Hmm.
just said that the younger siblings, and I know the younger siblings' names, so you know they just said the younger siblings were coming downstairs saying this is what.
One thing I do think that is just complete, absolute, just BS on the police department's part is how the Gonzalez family was calling law enforcement, and they were being told no information, no information. We'll get back with you, and made those people wait clear until, what did they say it was, like 1 o'clock in the
5:30.
morning?
No, I thought it was like 5:30 in the afternoon, 4:30, 5:30 maybe.
Yeah, it was like 4 or 5, somewhere around in there. Because Brad said sheriffs arrived at their house after 4, if I remember correctly. So it was somewhere in the
Hmm.
afternoon, around 4 or 5, somewhere in there.
I
Now,
mean,
police. I'm sorry. Go
I just
ahead.
kind of mad. Like, can you imagine as a parent, and it's at the address where your child lives, and having to wait that many hours? I just
I
think
could
law enforcement
imagine.
could have said, um, yes, there's, you know, uh,
I
uh,
thought that they gave them some kind of an answer like, there's something
Christy said
going on in the
no.
area, but we don't have information on it yet.
Yeah, Christy said they didn't give them any details, and they kept
Yeah, no.
calling Kaylee's phone. They had no idea. She said they were getting most of their information from the news.
Well,
I've always thought,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I've just always thought that being at a crime scene, like, not like that, but any crime scene, how I know that they don't answer the phone, but I mean, I've always just wondered how many times somebody's cell phone rings when these guys are investigating a crime right after it happens,
Hmm.
and people are starting to catch wind of what's going on. How many times you think, I mean, seriously, how many times you think those people's cell phones in that house rang?
But they should have
Probably a
designated,
lot.
to me, they should have designated at least one officer to contact all 6 residents, you know, parents. And
As soon
I
as
mean, I just,
they walked in that house and they found those 4 victims, which
hmm
was, well, Payne claims he got there at 4 o'clock, but there was officers there at 12 something. They should have
hmm
right then said, okay, we need to find out who they are, find out from the roommates their names, and get in touch with their parents right then.
absolutely. I would be
That's
irate if I, was made to wait that long, not knowing if it was my child. Or, I mean, I
Scar-
just can't even fathom it.
Well,
Scarlett,
as
does
as
the
a
police? I'm sorry. Does the police have to wait for the coroner to make it official before
yes,
they make this phone call? If
yeah.
we just rush, let's get it all out by 1 o'clock, and here the coroner doesn't show up till what, 5 something?
yeah, I think it was like 5 something when she got there.
See, the timeline's falling in line if that's the case, because they don't want to give out. They don't. How would you like to be told that your child has passed away, but actually they're alive? Of course, that's the
Well,
good news.
the
I
police
mean,
would just have.
they could have told though if they were deceased or not. You know what I'm saying? That all they would have had to have done is just like, look, we just wanted to call and let you know that there was an incident at the house at
Hmm.
some point, and we want to let you know we're sorry, but your child is deceased. I mean, I don't know why they would have to wait for a coroner
It's
if they absolutely know that they're deceased.
Or they could
there's
even say that, there's multiple injuries, and we're waiting, on the coroner. I mean, I just think they could have been more transparent with the.
I mean, technically, the coroner could have got there a little bit earlier too to pronounce them deceased, so the families could have found out earlier.
Yeah,
Hmm.
as unfortunate as it sounds, that's not a priority. The
And it
priority when they got there
sucks.
was once they realized that they were not alive anymore, that doesn't become the priority anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, the priority is now we got a crime scene, block it off, so we don't have what happened in John Benet Ramsey case where friends all came over and just sat in the house and
Started
contaminated
cleaning
all the
stuff up,
evidence.
and yeah,
Yeah,
Jeez.
right.
went to
That
cleaning the kitchen and everything else.
and sending out alerts because there's now a killer on the loose, and there's students everywhere.
Oh, but there was no imminent danger to the community.
I can never understand that either.
That came out on the 13th to
Hmm.
the in a vandal alert to U of I. that
Mm-hmm.
police are investigating it, but there is no imminent threat to the community. You don't even know who the hell the person is that just went in this house and did this to these kids. You can look
Exactly.
at them and tell that they were murdered. So why? How can you say that?
And then didn't they change it to shelter in place and then changed it again to
Yeah, they did the shelter in place first, and I want to say 45 minutes or less. They said that it had been lifted or whatever, and then later on that afternoon they came out with another alert saying that they're still investigating, but there's no, because the way they put it, if I remember correctly, into the press releases that they put out, they said that there was no threat to the community, and then in the police press release, they said that based off of their preliminary investigation, they believe that this was a targeted attack and there was no danger to the community.
I mean, how would they know that though? There's just
What
no way
what
to know that.
Well, see,
what
that goes back to my point.
evidence?
They don't have any experience in these type of horrific crimes. They
Mm-hmm.
never I bet they never even practiced this. I
No,
practiced a drill.
what was
Okay,
it,
what's the first thing
seven
we're
years
going to do?
ago?
Yes. What's the second thing we're going to do? And how long's that police officer, the detective, been on the force? 3 or 4 years.
Well, I heard that he had 2 years experience, but in his PCA he put 4 years.
Yeah, I heard 2 years too.
So he's never worked an M case before.
Not unless he had to deal with stuff like that in the military, on the police force, or if maybe he worked with another police force. That I don't know, but with Moscow, no, he didn't.
It's just inexperience there. And see here, somebody can rob a store down the street from the schools, and they all of a sudden they lock the school down
Hmm.
and they put out an alert. You get it on your phone.
Right. I just, I mean, it would have been different if they could have came out and said, if they would have arrested the person right then, and then they would have did the shelter in place, lifted it, or even called him while the shelter in place was going on, and then came out and said, okay, well, we don't believe that there's a threat to the community anymore. If you can prove that there was only one person who did this. Because I just don't think that in a few hours after you found out about this murder, that there's no, how are you going to prove it that there's no threat? You have two colleges
That's what I
9 miles.
say. I agree with you.
I mean, two
Scarlet.
colleges 9 miles apart from each other, and they're telling both of them that there's no threat. And the whole time, the threat was 9 miles down the road with Xana's sister. So that doesn't make Moscow PD look very good, honestly.
Right. And that's something Ann should bring up in the courtroom. When did this go off? And I can understand if it took like 12:30, 12:45 to get out alert for everybody to shelter in place right now. This is four. This looks like either a mass or an SK. Personally, I think he went after one target and then he came back and the other three are witnesses.
Let
That's
me.
my opinion right now.
Do you guys know, was there more documents released today on the Kohberger case? Because I kept seeing videos, but I didn't click on any of them because I've been glued to the submarine all day.
Hold on.
All
I don't think there. I look. No, there hasn't been. I looked right before I went live, and there wasn't any new ones.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, let me look
I
on
thought King
Sleuthie's.
Scarlet just put something in there about something being on the move again.
Oh, the boat that's carrying the. It's two different things that this boat is carrying that is going to, I guess, help find the submersible. What's it called? The Titan. And if it's found, that it can pull it up to the surface.
I just kind of heard about this today. I didn't know any of that crap was going on.
And they've got probably less than 12 hours. I forgot what. Tad, put in the chat again what you said a second ago about how much oxygen they have left.
I seen earlier on oh gosh, what was the name of that? They said 6 hours. And I said, wait, I thought they have till Thursday morning, but I guess there's a day difference for us in the US, so
Yeah, I think they're an hour ahead of Eastern Standard Time. Okay, so
Oh, I thought it was a whole day ahead.
Tad said they are running out of time. They are down to 5 hours.
Okay, yeah. See, I seen 6 hours about an hour ago. Did you guys hear the videos they released of the tapping every 30 minutes?
I saw it, but I didn't watch it.
Oh, I listened to it. Boy, was that creepy. Creepy.
So wait, Tad, it's 6:08 where the submersible is? Okay, I want to say it was JB Buno today when I was watching him was like, they're an hour ahead of us.
I thought they were a day and an hour ahead.
Because they're off the coast of Newfoundland, like out a little ways past that.
Is Newfoundland Atlantic time?
I have no idea.
I'm in the Eastern time and part of Maine, and I think a little bit to the right of it, you're in the Atlantic time.
Okay, King Scarlet says it's 6 a.m. Thursday. She's saying Eastern time.
Thursday. And this is Wednesday for us, right?
It's Thursday
no,
right now.
It's Thursday right now.
Thursday morning for me.
Are you serious? It's Thursday?
Yep, Thursday morning.
Oh, because Monday was Juneteenth. I've lost a whole day.
Right. Easy, yes, I know. I can't imagine them knowing that they're running out of oxygen. They've got to do that tapping noise every 30 minutes so when people hear it, they know that it's them and not anything else. And it's dark and it's cold and they probably don't have any food.
Wait, they can hear them tapping, but they can't find them?
That's what I didn't understand, but they're saying that they are picking up a tapping noise that's happening every 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm. They dropped sonar buoys into the water, all around that area, and they
were picking it up.
They pick up sounds all the way down to to sea level or well, not sea level. What is it called?
The ocean floor.
It's called something else. What the heck? I can't think of it.
That's crazy. I mean, the Navy should be able to find them quick.
Well, they need to tap more than every 30 minutes. Just send out a Morse code if you know that. If you don't, then just keep tapping.
Yeah, because that's what JB Buno was talking about today, was something about a Morse code. But then there was something that I had read that you're taught when you're dealing with underwater stuff, that if you're, I guess, in distress or whatever, that you tap is like just crazy, I guess, fast every 30 minutes for 3 minutes at each time. And then I guess that lets them know that it's someone is needing help. But
that's
I mean,
what I read,
they're running out of time. Like,
oh yeah.
Unless, like somebody said, they've cut the oxygen down low enough and they're keeping themselves calm so they're not using as much, that it may
better be
give
in
them
there
a little bit of time.
They better be sitting in there meditating.
Something.
Slow breath.
And real quick, I do want to put something in the chat, or tell the chat real quick. Please do not be making any rude or funny comments about the people that is on board the Titan and the situation that they are going through. I was made aware that there was some very disrespectful comments going on in the chat last night about them. So y'all, please don't be doing that. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was looking at the about the people who are on there, and I didn't realize that one of the men on there is what is his name again? He's the Titanic expert.
Is it Cameron? No, it's not Cameron. It's I
screenshotted to lady.
It's not Hamish. Is it Hamish or something like that?
Hold on, I'll look. I'll come right back.
I want to say that. Is it Hamish? I believe is how his name is spelled. Because I seen something about the Cameron dude being brought up too. And then the guy it's a man and his son, his 19-year-old son, and he's the richest man in Pakistan. And his son are on board. The guy who is the pilot of it, the Titanic expert or whatever, and then there's another guy, and I just know that one of them went up into space with on Elon Musk thing that he does where he goes up in space and then comes.
SpaceX.
Yeah, this dude went up on that.
Okay, it's Paul Henry Nergalot. He's the one they call Mr. Titanic. He's the Titanic expert, and he's 73 years old. He's
Okay,
on
so
there.
is his wife the one that's a descendant of the couple, like the famous couple that was on the Titanic that they died
Yes,
holding? Okay, I
yes.
remember reading that too.
hmm Yeah, he's actually nicknamed Mr. Titanic
Okay.
is what he goes by. Yeah, I was looking into them because I was so shocked to find out that he was on there. I was like, what?
I mean, they all paid, what was it, $250,000 just to go down there. And then
Yeah.
it's the four people and then the pilot.
And I did, after your live ended last night, I did go look at videos of the Titan
Uh,
and the controller, the remote, and I mean, and
it's
then I
like an Xbox controller.
and
Yeah.
that thing is just so small and just scary looking. And then I watched a video of a man who has went down in it before, and he said that it's a suicide mission. Oh,
Yep.
can I say that word on YouTube?
You should be okay. Just as long as you said it once, you should be fine.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
But no, you're good. I did read that too. That he actually put it out that it is not safe
hmm
and that somebody's going to get hurt. And there was another guy um, that had paid the deposit to go on it, and then he backed out of it because of the material that it's made out of, and he didn't think that it was safe to go, and he ended up backing out.
When
Oh,
I
I bet
saw it,
he's thanking his lucky stars right about now.
Oh, for
when I
sure.
saw it, I said that's a one-way trip.
Yeah, and to think that they're down there.
So
I'm
what
And
is it?
still
Do they
trying to be
think that
hopeful.
do they think that it's lost power? Because obviously, if they have oxygen and they're still tapping, then I mean, it hasn't, you know,
I
all
watched
been
a,
destroyed. It's just lost power, or what?
I watched a video recreation today of some of what they think possibly happened, and they think that as it was going like over the top of the Titanic, the bottom of the sub hit something, which is what I was thinking, and that they're just stuck. That's just a video recreation I watched.
because I had seen. Okay, thank you, Jamie. Um, I had read. Okay, so it takes like 2 hours to get from up top down to the Titanic, and they lost radio comms. Like, was it over an hour on their descent, and they ain't heard from them since. So I don't know if they made it down that far or they lost power. And honestly, if they lost power, just think of the current.
Oh man.
It could
So I wonder
push them anywhere.
if they got down there in 2 hours, could they be brought up in 2 hours? We were talking about that last night about the
I don't know.
compression. But if you would think if they went down in 2 hours, they could come back up
Okay,
into
so
Well,
what Pat and
if that ship got stuck on the Titanic, then they ought to be able to zero right where he's at because that's mapped.
right.
So
And
there's something else going on with that thing.
Tad and King Scarlet both said that after an hour and 45 minutes of them in their descent down, they lost the comps, the radio comps. Hey, Mariah, how are you?
Sounds like this was thought out real well.
And their boat the mother boat, because this thing you have to carry it out there on another boat, and then you get in it because it can't be open from the inside. And they load everybody into it, and then they get it off the back of the big boat. And that boat has been there this whole time. I get just sitting there waiting on it, basically. It hasn't left its side.
Well, like as much as I think that, the whole idea
Okay.
of them doing this is just.
Avery, you sound really funny right now.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Okay.
Back to this Idaho case. Ann Taylor. Right
Okay,
now,
am I back?
Ann Taylor's challenging the PCA, right?
She's challenging the indictment.
Right, the indictment that's on the PCA. In other words,
The grand jury.
Yeah, the grand jury part. Yeah.
Well, she's also challenging the. It seems she needs to get information on this DNA, and they're not handing it over to her. They're saying we don't have forms or something.
What was
Well-
I missed since I came in late? What was the new DNA information from today, Scarlett?
Okay, so it came out yesterday that Bryan's DNA and the DNA on the knife sheath is a statistical match. And the prosecuting attorney laid it all out in this document that came out yesterday of how they obtained and basically what led them up to Bryan Kohberger. And it went through this whole thing of the STR DNA and what was the other one? Hold on. There's like 3 different premiums, I think it is.
I know you kept saying like IgG.
Yeah, IgG was the investigative genetic genealogy, which is what the FBI was doing. And so there's this thing called STR, which is short tandem repeat. And then they took the STR DNA and they put it into CODIS, which was the DNA from the knife sheath. They put it into CODIS and there was no hit. So the next thing that they did was they went in and used these genetic genealogy sites like 23andMe and Ancestry.com and all this and that. And it came back with, they're claiming hundreds of names of Bryan's relatives. And they ended up narrowing it down to Bryan. And then they go and they get the trash, okay, from, Pennsylvania or whatever. They get the trash, they get that DNA. That DNA comes back as being the father of the male DNA source, the biodad. So they knew then that it was Bryan. So once Bryan got arrested, they did a buccal swab on him, took that DNA from Bryan, compared it to the DNA on the sheath, and it came back as a statistical match. And so it explains all that. Well, what this protective order thing that they're wanting to do, because when they went to build the family tree, the FBI did, they're wanting to take all of his family members that came up on that tree and not let their names be put out to the public or sent to Ann Taylor and them. They're calling them, was it unintended informants, I believe is how they labeled them, because they were basically informants because of their DNA being used to track kids down or whatever. And they wasn't intending to do that. They didn't voluntarily do it or whatever. So he's wanting that done. And all the stuff that the FBI done as far as the genealogy part of it in these websites or Ancestry.com or whatever it is that they use, they no longer have. Because when that profile, once Bryan was arrested and they got his DNA and they compared it to the DNA on the knife sheath and it came back as a match, they deleted the DNA profile in whatever those sites that they used. So they no longer have it.
Scarlett, you just made me remember something. Do you remember when the gag orders first started coming out and the sealed warrants? And you remember the one had said that it was for the protection of it said something about protection of informants, and everybody was like, oh,
Oh
there
yeah, I know what you're talking about because I kept saying just because it says that does not mean that there is informants. It's
So
just
now, when you just said that technically the other family members are, were informants, I'm thinking it must have been to protect them. You
it
think?
could have been. I mean, it's a
Exactly,
possibility
Avery. Exactly.
because I remember saying that every time I would read every document that come out and had that, I would make sure I would let the chat know. Just because it says that does not mean that there is an informant. It's just
Wow.
their legal verbiage that they're putting in there. But it could have meant that because that's what they are saying in that document that I read last night, that they are
Yeah.
calling his family members informants. And they said that
Uh-huh.
his just because he and I forgot exactly how it was said, but just because they're kin to him doesn't mean that their name should be put out to the public. Because I mean, just think if their names get put out to the public, what is social media going to do to them people?
Absolutely. And now that all makes sense. And back when that first happened with that first, stealing, um, and now it totally makes sense that they were trying to really protect, other people. But our
Could
minds
have been.
never would have thought it would have been his own family members.
No, because at that time, I don't even think at that time we hadn't even heard anything about the genealogical part
Mm-mm,
of this.
no, we
But
didn't.
what they're trying to do, though, with this protection order, he said the prosecuting attorney is saying that they're not going to use how they obtained all of that to get to Bryan Kohberger. They're not even going to use that in, hey, Cougar, how are you? They're not even going to use that in the trial. And they're saying that it wasn't presented to the jury. So they want all of that to be protected and not be put out. But they are going to show that there was a test done and that uh, they used Bryan's DNA. They used the DNA on the sheath and showed, that it comes back as a match or whatever. And I don't know how that's going to work because the genealogical part of it is how they got the arrest warrant. So I don't know how Anne is going to take that. Honestly, like I get the name part. She don't really need the names, but I don't know about the whole genealogical part of it. Like I really
This
don't.
is why I find criminal investigations so interesting, because there's always something new that I hear that I never would have thought of, and there's just so much to it.
Right. And that could have been what they were talking about. Is it could be that those informants, as they're calling the family members, and I heard one person talking today. Well, Bryan, they're saying hundreds of uh, family members, but Bryan doesn't have a big family. But what this person isn't understanding is that these could be distant cousins, you know, aunts and uncles and great aunts and uncles, and because they said that they went through birth certificates, they went through death certificates, and all that. So it could be hundreds of people, but it all be distant relatives. You know,
Yeah, and Ancestry. I don't know if it was 23andMe or if it was Ancestry, but that's how we found our our brother from our father, who lives in Okinawa, when he was stationed over in Okinawa for a year. Like, well, our brother, he's 47, so 47 years ago, and that's how we found him.
oh, that is awesome.
So, and then of course all of his entire family,
Hmm.
is linked too. So it just kind of like goes on and on and on and on for
Right.
everybody who has submitted their stuff in there. So there could be a lot of people, lots of people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I
Yeah,
mean,
very interesting.
it could be 4, 5, 6 great grandmas and great aunts. I mean, it could be,
Mm-hmm.
there could be a lot of people way down the line linked to him. It doesn't necessarily mean just your immediate family.
Why do you think that no results from his vehicle were put in that factual background? Don't you think they would have had to have turned that over by now? Or maybe it's been turned over and it just hasn't been put online for us.
Wait, the what in his vehicle?
Whatever results they found of his vehicle.
Like as far as like DNA and stuff like
Yeah.
that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they would release that, honestly.
Okay.
I don't think they would. I think that they would just send over the results
Mm-hmm.
to the defense, but I don't think they would put that out for the public.
Oh, wow.
I
Okay.
wish they would, because I'm curious to know if they found anything or not,
Mm-hmm.
or if
I mean,
they
I would think if they put it
now the
out to the public.
testing, like how they did the test, or that needs to be put out, like they did with the document yesterday. They might do something like that, but as far as like the results, we
Mhm.
probably won't know those until trial starts.
Wow.
See, I'm still confused.
Uh,
All right, they got the test results back. They got the paperwork. Where's that paperwork at?
there's no
They can't
paperwork.
produce it. They can't produce it.
There's none. That's what it is.
Do,
They
do you remember when the school teacher says, "Show me your work" when you're doing these long
like math,
multiplications?
yeah,
Right.
like
And
yeah,
they want to make sure because you're not cheating or because you didn't just get the answer from
yep,
someone else. All right, that's what they're doing here.
exactly. And they can't do it because they're saying that once he was arrested, that DOJ policy is that they had to delete that profile. And the only way that they can get that, how they done it and those results, is that they would have to resubmit it. And I'm gonna be honest. We're talking about the FBI now. I just don't believe that the FBI did all this and did not keep a record of it. I don't believe that. But the
Hmm.
prosecuting attorney, it's saying that he has no records of it. He has no copies of anything because, excuse me, because the FBI deleted the profile in that system, and he wasn't planning on presenting it at trial, and it was not presented to the grand jury.
But doesn't the FBI have to comply with the Department of Justice policies? So if it's a policy to delete it, doesn't the FBI have to comply
Well,
with that,
I mean, they could delete the profile,
but
but
still have their paperwork?
right, that's what
Okay.
I
Okay.
just don't.
Gotcha.
I
See
don't.
where I'm sitting at. Okay, you don't have to give us the names, but you can just tell us, yeah, we had matches, possible
Mhm.
matches. They can't produce that. There's nothing they could turn in as evidence. How would you like to know you're framed like this? I'm not saying
I
he was
mean,
framed because I think he did it, but I'm just saying for the sake
and
of others down the line, how would you like to know as a prosecutor just stands up and says, yeah, we got it, but I don't have to show it to you because I can't.
see, that's
Hmm.
what I was saying earlier when Big Al was up here. If I was sitting in the position that Brian Kohberger is sitting in right now, and I'm looking at either life in prison if I'm convicted or possibly the death penalty, and they come in and they say, we have proof that your DNA is on that knife sheath. I want to know, how did you get, because I know how you got my DNA, but I want to know the steps that you took, every single one of them, what you had to do in order to prove that my DNA is on that knife sheath. I want to see everything.
Okay, but couldn't it be enough that the police officers at the WSU campus ran the Elantras, located his name, and then just from the cell phone pings alone, couldn't that just be enough to have got the arrest?
Possibly, but and I'm sure is going to argue that too, because I guarantee Ann Taylor is going to have a cell phone data expert that's going to explain that whole
Hmm.
cellular, that his phone used cellular resources here. That expert, it probably already has everything there is to know about all the towers in Pullman and in Moscow and their ranges and everything else that they need to know about them.
Right.
So you can guarantee she's going to have experts on that.
It's going to be a very interesting trial.
And like I said, the genealogical part of it is what got him arrested. But how are you gonna, like, you just basically deleted all of it in a profile? How, I'm wondering if Anne's gonna end up challenging the PCA. I don't know if she can or not, but
Yeah, see, that's what I was saying last night. I was told, by somebody he's from Utah, but he's, knows the law there in Idaho. But that's what he was telling me, is that they don't challenge the PCA there. They'll challenge the grand jury indictment, or after a preliminary hearing, and it gets, moved forward to trial, they can challenge that, but not the PCA. So I'm just not really sure.
Because that's what they used to get an arrest.
I need to
But
be a
now,
lawyer.
it's just, that's what they used to. That's what's in the PCA. That's how they got the arrest. So how can you have this stuff to arrest me, to get an arrest warrant and then arrest me, but you can't come back and show me how you got it because you don't have it no more?
I bet that's why prosecution ended up going with a grand jury indictment, because they knew, I bet because they knew that the PCA wasn't going to be, really admissible anymore, because they didn't have that profile anymore. Because it was really strange that, it went from set up for a preliminary hearing to boom, a grand jury indictment. So maybe.
And a lot of people were talking about the grand jury before it ever happened, about it possibly could happen.
Yeah.
Well,
we need a lawyer. Is there a lawyer in the chat?
They're playing human chess right now. Every time the defense comes up, the prosecution steps it up one notch, and then the defense fires back. That's what's going on right now. And I would hate to know that a police officer could fabricate something, set it in front of a judge, and say, this is what the Riddler's been doing, and it's all lies, and I got to go sit in a jail for 6 months until I get a trial. Somehow or another, that PCA needs to be challenged.
If it can be, the dude, I believe he did it. But at the same time, in America, we're entitled to a fair trial. And I know that if I was in a situation where I was facing a trial, I would want it to be fair. And I think that he should get a fair trial. So anything that can be challenged, especially in a possible death penalty case, should be challenged. And I just, how can you prove something if you don't have it to prove? That's I guess what I'm not understanding.
I guess just by witnesses.
Now, which one of the judges signed the probable cause affidavit?
Well, that was the magistrate judge, the woman, the lady.
Yeah, that was Megan Marshall.
Yeah.
Wow, looks like they went to a circuit judge instead of a magistrate.
Yeah, I had always wondered about that too. I thought that was strange, but I guess that's how they do it. Now we got judge.
Yeah, a lot of people in chat's been just calling him JJ. It's just easier for them to to say it like that instead of judge.
It's so weird, huh? Judge.
Right. Okay, let's see. The warrant of arrest, yes, it was signed on December the 29th, 2022 at 2:22 p.m. by Megan E. Marshall. And she put on there for his bail that no bail, and he is hereby committed to the sheriff of the county of Latah, state of Idaho.
I'm not saying I'm pulling for the defense, but so far I've been impressed with this lady, Ann Taylor.
She's doing her job, I guess you could say.
She has fabulous credentials, and she even has her own. Not only did she have, which I think she still does have her own law firm, but she has her own investigative firm too. Like that woman is like, the bomb diggity. She's all business.
Okay, so let me ask y'all this real quick. You have a knife sheath. We've all seen what this knife sheath looks like. I'm sure Vapor and Riddler probably have a K-bar knife with the same type of sheath. If you have something that happened like with Kaylee and Maddie, and I'm just going to use him because that's where the sheath was left, it would have to. How is it that only that his DNA they are saying is only found on that button on that knife sheath? That's what it seems like, and I'm pretty sure it does have Maddie and or Kaylee's DNA on it because they found it in the bed with him. But it seems like there would be more of his DNA on it besides just that button. Y'all see what I'm saying?
I've
I
always
would,
wondered that
Tad.
too.
I
I
would,
wonder.
Tad, but it's like beating a dead horse. I mean, Little Liar is nothing but games all the time.
Vapor, go to work.
I love Vapor when he goes after the defense.
I
I
just
mean, it's
wonder
like I said. I'm
if they don't have
sorry.
more DNA matches that they just haven't released to the public.
Because it seems like, okay, you're going to go commit these murders. Okay, you wipe the sheath down because you know that if he's had to have touched the sheet all over. It's leather. It seems like it's going to soak the oils up from your fingers.
Yeah,
But
it's porous.
But
you
can I
wipe
ask a
it down.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Being that it's leather and it's an actual skin of a something, even though it's treated, wouldn't the
Uh-huh.
leather itself have its own DNA?
I don't know.
Well,
I'm sitting here thinking like that makes sense, but I don't know how the leathering process works.
Well, I know animals have DNA, but you can only like go as far as like to tell like a breed of a dog or
Right.
that like they don't have their own individual DNA, but they have DNA enough to where you could like tell the breed of a dog or tell it was a cow or but not specifically which they don't have like animals don't have like each individual DNA.
Like humans.
It's more of a categorized DNA.
I'm just wondering. I mean, because leather in itself should have its own DNA. I don't. I mean,
And isn't it so weird that a vegan would have a leather sheath? That has always bothered me. He made his family who he is visiting purchase new cookware because meat had been in it, but then he has a leather sheath.
I
Good
think he
point,
did
Avery.
that
Good point.
to throw the. He probably did that to throw the police off.
True, true.
Oh wait, I couldn't have done it with I wouldn't be carrying a leather knife sheath. I'm strict vegan, but okay. So Vapor, I'm gonna look that up about the leather because, like I said, I don't know how the leathering process um,
Well,
works.
animals don't have as many markers as humans. Remember those 21 markers or 25 we were studying one night? I don't think
mhm.
animals has as many markers as humans, but
Hmm.
they should be able to find your DNA mixed in with all four of ours. You should be able to pinpoint which DNA you want to pull out of the pile.
Right, because even if the leather would have some type of animal DNA in it, they should be able to tell the animal DNA from the human DNA. But it just like how did this man obviously, like I said, I know he's touched it several times. Okay. He had to have wiped it down before he goes to do what he's going to do at this house. And if he wipes it down, like how is there just in this one little button snap on this sheet they find his DNA?
Well, like I said last night, it could be a booger. It could even be a eyebrow hair that popped out while he was committing his crime, and I don't know. It could be any.
Because it
But isn't
seems
it
like,
on the inside of the button cover? Like on the
well,
inside of the flap?
it wraps, so it's like a small little like strip of leather or whatever, and it's like it's on each side of that strip of leather.
Oh, I thought it was just like on the inside. And
Because
then
it's, what do they
they put,
call those?
Talking about the snap buttons.
Yeah, but because you have to, like, on the top part of the snap, like that, I guess you would call the outside of the snap or whatever. It would be on both sides of the strip of leather on one end, and then you got the other part that you snap it to, and it would be on.
Well, you got a male end and a female end,
Right.
and I
But
don't know
it
what
would.
they call them.
Oh, what are they called? I can't think of the name of it.
because I did notice today or last night that the sheath was face down. So the button part was faced
Face
down.
down.
Yeah.
Right.
So I was thinking, well then, he had to have gotten the DNA on it before he went in there. So, like it would have made sense if it.
It just seems like he would have sweated, or like if he's fighting with these kids,
Hmm.
like there would be some type of hair fall out of his head, or hair get pulled off his arm, or
Hmm.
sweating or something.
So when me and my sister were doing that years ago about, trying to create the perfect murder to write a book, we had come up with everything from shaving and exfoliating your body to vaselining or Elmer gluing your eyebrows and hair. We had all kinds of. There's no telling what he did. Since he wasn't wearing anything over his head or his eyebrows, he had to have done something.
Right. And, okay, so there's a thing on Google that says studies have shown that touch DNA can easily be collected from surfaces such as glass, plastic, and fabric to obtain a genetic profile. However, surfaces such as metal have been proven to be more difficult to readily recover sufficient DNA to produce a profile. And isn't those snaps, aren't they metal?
Yes, they are. They're metal.
They may be metal, but it also it's not going to be a raw metal. It's going to have a coating because they don't want, because if it was just raw metal, it would rust or tarnish.
Right.
So there's going to be some kind of a coating that's going to allow a fingerprint or DNA or something to
Okay.
stick to it and not degrade.
Yeah,
Metal,
that makes sense.
yeah, I mean, metal is super dirty. If you ever get cut by glass or something, it's going to be clean. It's probably not going to get infected, but it doesn't matter if you get scratched with something, but that's metal. It's gonna hurt for days afterwards because it seems to get metal's just dirty.
Right.
It's going to get
Oh yeah,
infected.
you gotta go get a tetanus shot and all that good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Froggy, how are you?
So I'm looking at my dad's right now, and when you on the outside of the flap that goes over a button, it's like more of a harder leather surface. And then when I lift it up on the inside, it's not that hard leather surface. It's like that softer, porous leather.
It's like the suede version, right? Where it's got texture.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. But only on this flap, because even where the knife goes in is that hard surface leather.
And I would think with that they probably put some type of I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's like I guess the leather is a leather treatment or something like that.
Mhm. I
That
gotta
they
put
may
Yeah,
this
it's
put
away.
on it.
treated.
It's
It's
whenever I look at it, it's just so it's so much bigger in person than what you think. It's just
Oh, it's like what, 6 inches the blade is?
Uh-huh.
It's like 6 inches?
Yeah.
Well, I believe it's 7, isn't it? I'm not sure.
Let me.
Six
Really
is big
depends
enough.
on which one you have, because K-Bar makes a lot of them, a lot of different
I
ones.
I can find my tape measure and see.
Because I want to say that I've seen somewhere that
Avery,
the
you had the
blade
one that
was.
your father was issued from the United States Marine Corps.
No, my
Uh-huh.
dad wasn't in the Marine Corps; he was in the Army. But I don't have his. No, I
Okay.
used to have.
No, I was asking Avery.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's
sorry,
right
I thought
now.
you said Faber.
No. And I know you got
Um,
one Vapor, and I've got one, but mine's different. Mine's all black, says Air Force, and K-Bar never even distributed knives to the Air Force. We used Ontario's.
so I don't know if this is the one that my dad was issued or one that he got on his own, but it does have USMC burnt into the leather.
Does it have the globe on it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. See, that knife
Yeah.
came out during World War II, and they had to hurry up and get it out quick. And he had to put everybody thinks it's a blood groove, but they put that in there to take the weight off the knife. They took some metal out, plus it beefed up the spine of the knife. And it became a super fighting knife, obviously, for when we fought Japan and Germany.
Mhm.
And it still holds up today. It's got a good hardness to it, but they improved. They beaten it.
I have his swords too that are in a plaque on the wall and they go crisscross.
Mhm.
Have you seen those? Okay.
Yeah, those are more like ceremonial awards.
It's probably the dress.
Yeah, the dress blues for ceremonies. And
Hmm. Yeah, I think that's what that is. Yep.
I have a German officer's dagger that my grandfather took off of an officer in I don't know if it was World War One or I think it was two. I'm not sure. Either way, he sent it home, and I've got that. It's actually got a swastika on the hilt, and it doesn't have a leather sheath. It's got a metal sheath.
yeah, that'll be World War II. And see,
But
I've
that
got a
thing,
Navy divers sealed knife. It's a seal's knife, but the Navy divers used it. Now that was made of stainless steel because they're going underwater.
yeah, the seawater is very corrosive. It's
Right.
got to be made out of stainless.
And they have to have it to cut those cables under the sea, the floor of the bed.
Lord, I
But
can't type.
I don't know. That the dagger I have from the officer, that thing's like good. Jeez.
That's World War II.
Yeah, it's
Dagger you had.
probably 12 to 16 inches though.
Yeah, and see,
When I
later
look
we
at
came
these,
out with the trench knife, which was even better than the K-bar, and they were using that down in the trenches.
when I
You
look at
know,
these things of my father's, like I just feel so much pride, even though like he totally ruined my teenage dating life because anytime.
that's his job.
Well, so like I can remember, when I was like 16, 17, if I was, dating like an 18-year-old Marine on the base, we would always try to find somebody else's car to use to go on base because if I used my car, they'd have to do the triple salute and then whatever Marine I had in my car would be like, "Oh hell no. You're Sergeant Major's daughter? Uh-uh." Like he messed up my dating years, but I'm so proud to have these things.
That's hilarious though. I'm sure he is not bothered by that detail one bit.
He's passed, but yeah, I'm sure he enjoyed it.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, I was reading something in the chat, y'all. What was I about to say? Oh, did you measure the thing, Avery?
I hadn't found my tape measure yet.
Okay. Oh, we lost Riddler. Hold on. Let me put the link back out for Riddler. Okay. I want to say though that I've seen that The blade was 6 inches, and then the handle part, I forgot how long.
Well, do you still have that picture I sent you from the picture I took of the multiple different K-bars for sale at the store here?
Did you send it on Messenger?
Yeah, you showed it one night, but it was I don't know, a month and 3 months ago probably.
Okay, I should still have it on the Messenger. I'll just have to go through it and find it real quick.
And then off topic real quick, did you get the message that I sent you from?
Oh, yeah, I seen it.
I guess the Joker is just not having a good time.
She'll get over it. Okay, blade length on a K-bar. This is a USMC knife. It's the USN Mark II utility knife. Oh, let me get over here just in case paper comes back up. It is the length. The blade length is 7 inches on it. Something that's huge.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Because I measured it, I guess it was about a few months ago, 4 months ago when I measured it, and I just have no idea where I put my tape measure, but I think that sounds right, 7 inches.
Okay.
And what do you guys think about them finding a serial number to a K-bar knife that Bryan ordered off of Amazon?
Hold on. I'm gonna have to go find that that warrant real quick, because I want to say that warrant with that number on it. Hold on, I gotta find it real quick. Okay. If I think this is the one I did it with. If you put that ASIN number into Amazon, it's gonna pull that up. I think it's just that sheath and that knife. They're just wanting to know everybody who ordered it, because in that warrant, okay, let me find that part, because they put multiple documents into one document on each one of these that has the warrants on it.
Yeah, because I thought they had an actual date of the purchase he made, because we were like, oh wow, he purchased it before he even came to Washington.
I haven't seen a receipt. I do know that Dateline put it out that he bought it before he went to Washington, but I don't know where they're getting that information. But I have, as far as a receipt, I haven't seen a receipt, but on this warrant, it says, let me find it on here. It says, Lawrence Mowry have given me proof upon oath the day showing probable cause, establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant and probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in upon said premises consists of information of the crimes of homicide into possession or control of Amazon related to the sales of the following items for the period of January the 1st of 2022 to present, which would have been, I have to go back up to look and see what day he sent the warrant out. But it's for the K-bar, the KA1217S USMC fighting knife sheath, and then the K-bar full-size USMC straight edge knife. And the record shall include, but not limited to, any account information for the above named individuals or entities on Amazon.com or affiliated websites. They're wanting their contact information, their billing information, account opening date, all of that, order details, payment information, customer interactions, all that. They're wanting everybody who bought that knife and that sheath. But as far as them saying that they got proof that he bought it, I haven't seen the receipt yet.
Yeah, I thought I read in one of the court documents that was dumped, I thought I read in there where they had listed a date and a serial number. I'll have to dig back through to find it.
So the warrant was obtained on November the 26th of 2022. The warrant was served on the 26th, and then on December the 8th, he received an email from Amazon which contained the requested information. So he got it back, 2-3 weeks later? all the information.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah, I'll
haven't
have to go back
seen.
searching.
Yeah, if you can find it, send it to me because I've seen people had said that there is a receipt out there, but I haven't seen it.
It was so it didn't like show a copy of the receipt, but it was like typed out in one of the motions or one of the documents, and it had like the date of purchase and the serial number, and it was purchased by Bryan.
Okay. Let's see. And it was in that. Was it in the big, huge document dump that they did with all the warrants and all that?
It was I truly can't remember which. There's been so many document dumps, I can't remember which. Um, but I'll search for it.
Okay. Wait, let me see what this is. Riddler, are you back?
The Riddler is back.
Okay. Thea, you still there?
Back and reloaded.
How are
Hi,
you?
Ernest.
I'm doing a lot better than I was over the last week and change.
What's been going
I
on?
got finished doing a live earlier today. I've finished doing a live earlier today covering Sequoia Samuel's death, Chad Dorman, and Taylor Shabiznis.
Oh, okay. So you've been busy.
And oh yeah, I've been busy today. Plus, I just got finished posting a missing persons report on Ella Mae Begay. She's been missing since June 15th of 2021.
Oh, wow. Avery, check the link in the back chat.
Okay,
That's the one for Amazon, the warrant and everything on it, and see if that's some of the documents you were talking about, that it had
okay,
it in it.
okay.
So, but Thea, what do you think about all this nonsense that's going on now with the DNA with Bryan Kohberger's case?
I was lost then as I was earlier when it sounded like he might be innocent.
He might be.
I'm no, that's the word I was getting about a week or so ago.
Oh,
So I'm
okay.
like, wait a minute. I'm trying to get my footing back on the Kohberger case. So there's a lot to take in.
Right. There's the fighting between the defense and the prosecution, and I need this, and I've done sent it to you, and no, you haven't. And uh, DNA's been done, and we did it this
Oh
way, but we
boy.
ain't got proof of it being done this way because FBI got rid of the profile. It's
Uh,
craziness throughout this whole thing.
you're saying a mouthful.
Hey, Amethyst, how are
You are
you?
saying a mouthful for what I'm hearing.
It is just it's and Inspector Gadget was asking about like this case doesn't make sense at all. I have not found anything within this case that makes any sense at all. Not one thing.
I'm trying to make heads and tails out of it.
It's just I can't. You got Dayline coming out and putting this whole documentary out, but they're only using sources information. You've got all these other news places using sources and information. You got people screaming from the very beginning that the knife sheath was under Maddie. You got Brett Payne saying no, it was beside of Maddie. And then you got the prosecuting attorney coming out and saying it was partially under Maddie and under her comforter.
Oh boy. So basically we got a whole entire cocktail full of we don't know what the heck we're talking about.
It's like nobody's on the same page in this case.
That's fuel for at the least a mistrial, at the most an acquittal for Kohberger.
I hope that ain't what it turns out to be. I mean, if this man's guilty, he needs to get his fair trial and let them present all of the evidence and no bullshitting each other back and forth, and he gets a
Agreed.
conviction and he
I
goes
totally
to
agree.
prison for life, or he gets the death penalty. If he's not guilty, they need to be worried about finding the person who did do this. But
Hmm.
this going back and forth like they're doing, and Ann Taylor's asking for stuff that, and maybe not all of that she's asking for, but I'm pretty sure a lot that she's asking for, she has a right to. And the
Right.
defense, if they have it, should send it over, and they're not. And it's just,
If I
And in
was,
the and
I'm
in the
sorry.
interest of justice, go ahead, Riddler.
How you doing, Ernest? I was just gonna
I'm
say, if
good.
I
I'm
was the
good. I'm good.
judge,
I was going.
if I was the judge, I would
Yeah.
tell the prosecution, you get that paperwork because it's you that called the FBI. So you
right.
go get that paperwork and you turn it over to her, over to the defense. And you got so many days to do it. And I
Yeah.
want a copy of it also. The court wants a copy. I've
I
never heard
just,
of you can have evidence, but yeah, I don't have paperwork. I can't show my work. I have no proof.
Mm-mm.
How would it sound if he came in there and said, no, Riddler did it? That's what the DNA said. Show me. I'm from
That's
Missouri.
that's 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 another thing that can that just screams reasonable doubt.
You just hit
And
the nail on the head,
if they're gonna
Ernest.
go like that, huh?
I said, you just
Reasonable
hit the
doubt.
nail. Yep, you hit the nail on the head. You hit a bullseye
Uh-huh.
target. It's reasonable doubt. And now I don't know what kind of jury they're going to get. That's my other question. But for them to say that we've got evidence and we're not allowed to show it, come on. This is a state court. I don't care. This isn't a federal court. You went and hired feds because you couldn't do the job yourself. Yeah, I'd be out there.
Hmm.
I'd be irate if I was a judge and Santa Claus be sitting right up there by me, and he'd be getting a mouthful. I
Bet.
don't care if it's on. And I hope it was on national TV.
Oh my gosh.
yeah, I can't make sense of any of it, honestly. I've never seen a case like
I was
this.
gonna say a moment ago. I was gonna say a moment ago that in the interest of justice, you mentioned the FBI, the prosecutors, and all of them are not on the same page. They need to get on the same page if they plan on convicting Kohberger. If not, then one, you're gonna see Kohberger walk, and two, according to the Constitution, you can find whatever they can find whatever evidence against them they want to. They're not going to be able to try him again.
Right.
Well, they can't try him in a state court. They can get him later in a federal
Yeah, they
court.
can take him to federal court, though. That is true.
That The
Yep.
Supreme Court's already ruled you could be tried twice by two different sovereign courts for the same crime.
I just,
I was thinking more. I'm thinking more on the line of double jeopardy, but now I see where you're going with that.
well, if he's convicted in the state court, the feds can still come in and get him, right? And try him on a federal level.
Right, but they're not going to. And it's very rare that it even happens. I've only seen it
Right.
twice, once on television and one I read about the case in Alabama where the guy served his time. He's getting ready to check out of the state correctional institute, and there's the FBI says you're under arrest.
Oh, that would have been, I'd have been upset.
Well, I mean, look at people that we don't see it on our level, but people that, how do I want to say, embezzle millions of dollars and they go to prison for embezzlement,
Hmm.
okay, in a state court. And then when they get ready to get out, there's the IRS sitting there with their guys, with their badges and guns. You didn't pay
Right.
taxes in the last 5 to 7 years.
Yep.
We need the taxes on that million.
Yeah, that is true.
I'm just using that as a hypothetical question, but there's people who have stolen money. They get tried in a state court, and it's up to whether the state wants to send the information to the federal court. or just let it go?
That's
It's
a
all
good
gonna
question.
once this goes to court, it's all gonna be very interesting. Just hopefully we can get to watch it.
Yeah. I mean,
Count on it.
that's still up in the air.
Yeah, I'm thinking since this Friday will be 2 weeks since that was even brought up in court, that I'm thinking that on the 27th, when they have those other motion hearings and all that, that he will address it at that point. Because he did say he wasn't going to make his decision that day, and I thought he said he was going to put it in writing, and then it would have ended up coming out on the website, but it hasn't came out yet. So he must be one of these judges that he takes a while to think of his decision. Has some comments she's wondering. Okay, hold on just a second. Sally Mae, let me find them.
Well, at least the judge is actually thinking before he actually jumps in head first with a decision. I'll give him credit for that.
Right. Okay, so Betty Jo said yes, they can charge entirely because of a state to state. Wait, it must be something above that. Hold on. Let me go up. She was asking if the panel could see it. Okay, so no, that would have been it. All right, so she also said the genealogy that the overpriced public defender wants is not being used in his trial, so therefore it's not evidence, so therefore prosecution does not have to turn it over. Evidence, that's what they want. If they want evidence, but the genealogy is not used as evidence in the case. I don't think she meant cage trials, so they can't. So they put ain't got to turn it over. Okay. Okay, so Betty Jo, was that all of them that I missed? And you're right, the genealogy part of it, or the genealogical stuff, is not evidence. But as a person who was on trial, if I, like I said, if I was in Bryan's position and they come in and tell me that they have proof that my DNA was on an item, I would want to know exactly how they came to that conclusion, like every single step. And they're not going to use it at trial because they don't have the paperwork.
Right. The last thing you want to have happen is tainted DNA evidence, because usually it's DNA evidence that'll either set you free or put you right behind bars.
Right. Hold on, y'all. I'm just answering a message back real quick. Okay, Betty Jo, I think it was, honey. I went up pretty far on the list. Let me get Don't Dive up here. Don't Dive, how are you?
Hey, how y'all doing this
Doing
morning?
good. Doing good.
Good, good. No, but you know how while ago, just a few minutes ago, y'all were kind of pretty much in a way deliberating over that knife sheath.
Uh-huh.
You know what y'all sounded like?
What?
What exactly what the jury is going to do?
Oh, like
That's what.
we're in a jury
Ooh.
in a deliberation room.
Yeah, it's true though. If you think about it, they're going to be looking at all that just like y'all were just doing. They're
And
going to be talking amongst each other, trying to figure out that DNA on that knife sheath on that buckle. And let me ask Avery, where I think she was talking about it, where it was.
I'm here.
Okay, hi Avery.
Hi.
Okay, I think it was you that was talking. All of y'all were talking about it, but you had brought up that those skin cells or whatever they took to get DNA, that they found DNA. It was inside of the buckle. You know how like on a knife sheath, it snaps
Mm-hmm.
to close. So did they find that in there, or was it on that flat round piece on the outside?
I thought it was on the inside of the flap.
Okay, so okay,
That's what I thought, but I could be wrong. I'm
because
actually,
that's hollow. That's actually kind of hollow,
yeah.
and I find that kind of like that's kind of weird. See, my husband has a lot of knives. He's got knife sheaths for all of them, different knives, and the knife sheath to go with them.
Yeah.
Well, when you order or buy somewhere a knife sheath, people that specialize in knives, that collect them, they put what's called a linseed oil. Maybe I don't know if is Vapor still in here.
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm here.
okay. Whenever you first had gotten your knife or knives with the sheath to fit it, did you put linseed oil on the on that leather?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so you didn't treat yours because
No.
it's a treating process. Some people do it, some people don't.
Right.
Okay, because you see, if you don't treat it, there's like oils from your skin.
Right. It can absorb.
Right, and it'll go into that leather. It'll kind of soak into that,
Yeah.
and it's kind of like that area that you touch with your fingers, thumbs, that has oils from your skin is on that part of that sheath. Okay.
Right.
Well, then, and once you treat it, well, then you have that linseed oil all over that. You have to do it probably a process of at least 4 times, and you have to give it at least a 24-hour drying process in between to get it treated exactly how you want it. Because if not, that sheath is going to be really hard. It's going to be a really, really hard. So when they treat it with the linseed oil, it's going to make the leather for sliding that knife in and out, handling that buckle, things like that, to where it would be a little bit more flexible.
Right.
Well,
it's also a waterproof barrier.
Yeah, exactly. It's a waterproof barrier. My husband has them for hunting, and he's got a few that he collects and just, stuff like that. Well, I find it kind of hard to believe that DNA that they got from the inside on that snap, okay, was it the snap or the inside buckle, but on the leather? From what I had saw, it was the snap, because that snap on the inside is hollow.
Correct.
So that little button can go into that hole.
Right. It's the female.
Exactly. Right. So whenever they did their process, which the labs, I think they do a drop of their solution that they have to put, or they can do it with a swab or something like that. I don't understand how they got that from out of that female port. I don't understand that.
Just probably Q-tip.
I mean, well, yeah, they could have, but for 20, they got 20. What was it? 20 of the, I don't know what it's called.
20 something I seen when I was reading that
We're talking
article.
about the markers.
Yes.
The markers
okay.
for the DNA, you need 25 or something like that.
Right. I still do not, which I've been kind of trying to look into it. I didn't get to it fully today, but I'm pulling up things, different labs and discussion groups, and also I want to look at some YouTube videos to see the process. and see how their conclusions are, how they come to their conclusions, after they've, different trial tests. I'm wanting to understand that better. And the forensics parts of it, but also the lab part whenever it goes to the lab. But I don't understand how they got that many markers from a little bit of what I've been reading to be able to determine the process that they got. I don't understand that. And to me, if say, for instance, Bryan, unless when, say, he got that in, ordered that or bought it from wherever he bought it from, maybe he handled it the whole time with gloves. Evidently he didn't, because they say have DNA on that snap. So if that tells me, if he didn't have gloves on and it was his bare hands and bare skin, that would have been all over the leather.
Well,
I right?
We kind of posed the question earlier whether or not leather itself would have its own DNA because it's actually a skin from an animal.
Right. But I mean, think about this, Vapor. If he had handled that sheath to get his DNA on that snap, wouldn't he have handled the rest of his fingers around that sheath?
I would think so.
It seems like there would be more of his DNA on it.
Exactly. And I'm not, to me, I would think blood from the victims, but no, evidently there's not. Evidently there's not. There's nothing, no blood or nothing on it, which is possible because it's possible.
I don't see how it's possible. Whether it was laying beside one or under one of them, it was laying on a bed full of blood.
See, that's what I had said. But then they're saying, law enforcement was saying, and the prosecution is saying that the only DNA was on the snap. Yeah, and I said to myself, wait a minute, all that blood from those victims, and let's see, when Payne and Gunderson, when the first ones that went in, if I'm not mistaken, I think the first one was Payne and Gunderson. Then later is when Blaker and I don't know for sure if it was Nunez went in, but that was later. Okay. Well, then to me, there would still be blood all over it from spatter.
Well, see, they never did release if there was any of the victims' DNA on it. It was only Bryan's.
Right. I don't think there's any of the victims either. I don't.
So,
sorry, I booted myself.
I just don't. There's just no way.
Yeah, I think there's got to be something of the victims on it.
There's going to be.
Well, then why not bring that out? If they brought out Bryan's, why didn't they bring the victims out? Why didn't they talk about theirs also?
Because see, they only needed to prove that his was on it to get the arrest warrant for him.
Because you see, that's what one of the I was watching. It wasn't Off the Cuff, that channel of the New York City. It was the other one, from New York City, that talks about it. And he had a lady that was on there on panel, and she was a forensic investigator, and she said if they brought out that about Kohberger with the DNA on the snap, they would have brought out something about other DNA of, she said the word, not victims, but it was the other word. They would have had that too.
Yeah, but they don't need to say anything about the victims.
No, they don't. No, you're right.
PCA. They're just putting in the PCA what they need to get the warrant.
Right.
Right. So, but I still don't understand why they don't. I know he had to handle that sheath. He didn't just pick it up by the snap in. He wouldn't have been able to put the knife in and out. He wouldn't have been able to flip up the snap to get the knife out. There's got to be something else on that that was on that leather that was his. Besides just, you would think so. You would think so, you know. Now, Scarlett, I want to ask you this. I hate
Mhm.
to get you to look through all that. If you don't want to, don't even worry about it. I can look it up tomorrow. But I wanted to know the date, not the date of the warrant that Dawn Daniels had to go to Megan Marshall, the magistrate, to get the warrant signed. I wanted to know the date that they went into that apartment, Dawn Daniels and the other ones.
Well,
And
they
I would like to know the date of when state police went on that day or that night or whatever to arrest him.
He was arrested in the early morning hours, like 1:30 on December the 30th. And then
Okay.
later on during the day on December the 30th is when they served the search warrant on his apartment in Washington.
On the same day?
Yeah.
And Scarlett, I just found
Wow. Oh my God. Well, that sure tells me a lot.
Go ahead, Avery.
Wow. Oh my God. I didn't realize it was the same day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting here going through
How
every
convenient. They waited. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Avery.
oh, it's okay. I was going through all these documents trying to find where I had seen about the purchase of the knife, but
Uh-huh.
I did just find where it says, and they reference the rule of the Idaho law, and it says that the people or prosecution are not obligated to provide its preliminary search of the gene genealo
Genealogical.
it says genealogy genealogy, that's what it says, databases for possible matches, because it was just investigatory in nature and is not exculpatory or material evidence.
Yeah,
And
Well,
and then
I think that's what he posted in that document that I went over last night too. That it wasn't that rule. Was it Idaho Code 16
yeah,
or something
16.
like that?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it says that it was nothing more than a tip, a lead,
Mm-hmm.
so it and then I copied and pasted that and pulled it over into to pull up the actual law, and sure as shit they don't have to show anything that was part of their invest in invest
Investigatory,
there you go.
all the investigatory evidence or whatever,
Because
yeah.
it's not exculpatory or material evidence.
Which is crazy though. Like,
Well,
Yeah.
you know what? Bethany, you know how they were saying how Bethany would be an exculpatory witness? She would be a main witness to when they were doing the quash motion and stuff like that.
oh yeah, the investigator said that she has exculpatory evidence.
Yeah, that could possibly exonerate him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that's why the prosecution did the grand jury so quick.
it's exactly
Because
why.
yeah, because you notice that it kind of looked like and sounded to me like the prosecution did not want the defense to be able to talk to her. Because right after, they didn't even have the preliminary. Oh, I can't even say it. Scarlett, say it, please.
The preliminary.
There you go, girl.
These words are kicking our butts
I
tonight.
know, huh? But I thought that kind of weird. I said, well, wow, grand jury right away, and they didn't even have the thing, the
Preliminary?
preliminary. I'm gonna practice that word.
The preliminary. Just call it a prelim.
Preliminary.
All you
A
gotta do.
prelim. There you go, a prelim. So I thought that kind of weird, huh, Riddler? I mean, I don't know. There's just there's a lot of stuff about this.
I'm glad Avery read that because now that squashes my theory down. So we learned something new once again.
Yeah.
But I hate to see that puts you in jail and you can't contest it.
That's scary, man. Oh my God.
I would get contempt because I would be in the courtroom screaming at the judge that I want to know how they got my DNA
Oh yeah, they'd
or
have
how
to.
they proved it.
Right.
But shouldn't Miss Taylor know that law as well before she asked for it?
Yeah, but I think
Yeah,
Anne is just throwing everything out there to see what the judge is gonna
So now the defense is
allow.
desperate.
right, right.
That's what it is. Defense is getting desperate now.
Yep,
So I'm,
they
I'm
are.
looking for two. I'm going through
When possible
every.
prosecution not on the same page with law enforcement, that's a problem.
Yeah.
What is it, Avery?
Oh, I'm going through every document. And I'm looking for two things. I'm looking for where I seen um the purchase of the knife. It wasn't the one that you sent me, because those were just warrants to get
But
information on the purchases. And
Okay.
then I'm also looking for where the heck I seen that the DNA was underneath the the flapping button.
Okay.
The
Yeah,
the
whenever you find them, just my email's pinned at the top of the chat. You can just email it to me.
okay.
Scarlett, on Bethany, what all does
hmm
the PCA say about her? What
That
did they provide us?
Bethany, and I'll grab it real quick, but Bethany seen Xana and Ethan at the Sigma Chi house from 8 o'clock to 1:45 in the morning, and then hold on, my brain's not working good tonight, so give me just a second.
girl, let me tell you, these mosquitoes down here, they have sucked everything they can out of me. I'm lucky I even got my brains, because all my blood, I'm probably gonna have to go to the doctor tomorrow and get a blood transfusion.
Do you live in Alabama?
No, Louisiana.
Because Alabama, those suckers, I'm
What the
telling you what,
hell?
they can bite through a pair of jeans, a pair of chonies, and still get to your butt cheek. And it takes so much.
Yeah, people don't understand the mosquitoes down here in the south are ruthless.
Oh man, it's bad.
The CDC just released several days ago. It's kind of like a warning that the West Nile virus. Be careful with it.
Well, I
Oh
got it.
I
Lord.
think somebody got hit with the West Nile virus here.
I bet
from
I got
mosquito.
that. I bet you I got all of them.
Well, once the first storm comes through here, it'll blow them all away. Okay, Bethany. That is how you spell Bethany's name, right? Why is it not pulling
Hmm.
up?
Let's see. Yeah, funny. Is it two ends, or I think it's two ends?
No, well,
It's
it may not be listed in. They may have it redacted out of here, but I thought they had it. No, they have it as BF. Okay, hold on. Let me spell it like this. Okay, so I know there's a time before this one that it mentions her. So the first time that Bethany is mentioned, it says as part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department, Idaho State Police, and FBI agents. Two of the interviews include Bethany Funk and Dylan. Both Bethany and Dylan were inside the home at the time of the homicides, were roommates to the victim. And let me pull it up for everybody. I like to read it where everybody can see what I'm reading. Okay, so the two interviews included Bethany Funk and Dylan. Bethany and Dylan were inside the home at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. Bethany's room was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Okay, so then where's her next one at? I know that there's another one right here. Okay, so there's that one, Riddler, and then the next one is Bethany. Okay, so on the evening of November the 12th, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by Bethany at the Sigma Chi house from approximately 9 o'clock to 1:45 in the morning. Let's see, Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. I just seen the other one. Where did it go? And then DM and BF both made statements during the interviews that indicated that the occupants of the King Road residence were home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms, by approximately 4. Of course, with the exception where it's talking about, Xana getting a DoorDash. Okay, this is telling all of Dylan's stuff. I believe it mentions Bethany one other time on page 5, I believe is the last time. Okay, and then the combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and the video of the suspect vehicle led investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25. I think that is the last time it mentions her. I don't think there's any other times. It mentions Dylan a lot more than it does Bethany.
Well, yeah, Dylan's got that eyewitness account up close.
Right.
We don't know if Bethany saw something or didn't see something, because they're not going to tell you in this. They're not going to tell you everything.
No,
Once
apparently,
again, it's a brief summary.
According to a source, Bethany didn't see anything at that house because she never went up to the second floor. But that is just a rumor that hasn't been put out and proved to be a fact.
Well, put it this way. Evidently, Bethany knows something, or they would not have. The defense wouldn't have wanted to talk to her. That she knows something, or how that was said, I don't remember. Was it know something that would be exculpatory?
Yeah, there's an investigator that is on the defense team, and he was going through some stuff, and it said that he found evidence he found something that, I guess because they needed to talk to Bethany, and I forgot the exact wording on it, but Bethany had exculpatory evidence, is how it was put.
Yeah, see, I would sure like to know what that was, but now, unfortunately, we ain't gonna find that out.
Well, it was good enough for 2 judges to sign off on. A judge in Idaho had to sign that, and then a judge in Nevada had to sign it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, and I don't know if we'll ever know what it is.
I don't know either. I don't think we will. I don't know. I mean,
don't drive. You're breaking up really bad.
Oh shoot! This is damn phone. Can y'all hear me? Girl,
yeah,
I swear, give me another phone. I need to give me a computer. That's what I need.
Oh, you're breaking up again.
Oh, hold on a minute. Let me get my butt up. Hold on. How about now?
Yeah, you're better now.
I'm gonna stand up right here in the corner with my foot up on my step. I look like that woman on the Statue of Liberty. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh my God, you see, I'm telling you, them mosquitoes sucked my brains out. Well,
something
forget
about
it, y'all.
Bethany.
Oh yeah, I know what it was. Dylan, evidently, they wasn't interested in what Dylan, if they didn't come across anything with Dylan, they wanted Bethany. I would sure like to. I would pay him. I would pay him $10,000. What did you find? I'd like to mail him a letter or something and say, "Look, I'll give you $10,000. Please tell me what y'all think Bethany's got."
I would like to know what they think that these exculpatory evidence is that she has, because the first thing that popped into my head was, damn. I thought, could she be his alibi? Like, that was the very first thing that popped into my head. I mean, what else? I mean, I know it could be just about anything, but Jeremy, I'm doing good, thank you. I mean, the exculpatory evidence could be just about anything, but I still want to be nosy and find out what it is.
Oh yeah, girl. Let me tell you, I'm big time nosy. My husband will tell you that. She got to know everything. I'm gonna open my own newspaper. I'm gonna open my own newspaper.
I mean, I would like to know what they think that Bethany knows. Honestly,
I don't think I can wait that long for this trial. I think I'm gonna go crazy.
I
I
don't know
don't
how
think.
many. I don't know how
Mm-mm.
many days we've got because I didn't do the countdown for it, and I did do the countdown for uh, how many days that the prosecution has before they run out of time to announce if they're going to go for the death penalty. But a lot of people are saying that he's going to wait until the firing squad thing goes into effect, which is July the 1st. And then
Oh
he's going to
no, that's
come
the
out.
first. That's the day before my birthday. Oh hell no. Oh my God.
And so
Ooh.
once it goes in effect on July the 1st, people are thinking he's going to come out after that and say, yeah, we're going to go for the death penalty on this.
Yeah.
I learned a little interesting detail about the firing squad.
Uh huh.
So,
Uh-huh.
they take like 4 or 5 men, right? And they
Right.
all have a pew pew. I don't think I can say that word on here, but they don't. So like 4 of the pew pews have blanks, and then
Mm-hmm.
only one of them has actual bullets. But
Yeah, like the live round.
Fact.
and they don't tell them who has actual bullets, so none of them will ever know who is the one who actually, unalived the
Right.
convicted person. I thought that was a very clever thing to do, because they'll have like PTSD and everything else afterwards.
Right.
So yeah, I thought that was just a little interesting detail that I found.
Hmm.
That's
And
how,
One of my little
that's the way
nuggets.
it's done in the military, Avery.
I think we
That's the
talked
way it's
about
done in the
that at one
military.
time.
Yeah, we brought it up last night or the night before last. I was telling you about it, where not everybody will have a live round,
Right.
Oh,
and a
you
lot of
already
people.
knew.
Yeah, a lot of people. But thanks for bringing it up again, because we got new listeners.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I have in my notes, on my little note thing, I flipped through that too, and I have written down, Brian purchased a 7-inch knife and a sheath on April of 2022, and I was scrolling through all the court documents, trying to see where I got that from, but my eyes are getting tired, so
Now I know that that's what Dateline said. Uh, that it was
um, dang,
okay.
I was. I mean, sometimes because there's so much information, sometimes I do confuse things. So maybe that's what it was.
Y'all, I'm gonna be honest with you. I do not like coffin gobbler. I don't like. I call her. You know what I call her? Coffin booger. Because I do not like her. I don't. I like to scratch her eyes out.
You know what's interesting about Jennifer is that her whole career of the FBI was artillery
Artillery.
training.
Artillery.
Yeah. And it's just, interesting that she's weighing in on, so much from a whole different perspective of criminal justice. Maybe she did have some of that training, but sometimes I think she kind of jumps the gun a little bit on things.
Yes, I've seen a lot of people on Twitter. She's been getting some backlash from for some of
Yeah,
the things that she says on there.
yeah,
And I think she was getting. I think she
Kind of
was
like
getting some inside information because she was FBI,
Yeah.
and she could have got some of that information from her other friends that was FBI.
Mm-hmm. Possibility. I don't know.
I was thinking that's kind of like what Ashley Banfield is doing. The woman has
Yeah,
more spoilers than I can shake a stick at.
I would like to know where Ashley Banfield is getting all of her sources from. Honestly, I know she doesn't have to give them up, but I'd kind of like to know where they're coming from
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
because she's always coming out. Well, she hasn't here lately, but there for a while it was almost like every night she was coming out with something new from a source.
I felt like she was
Hmm.
getting really close to the fine line of impeding into an investigation.
But I mean, her sources. Some of them sources, though, they end up being debunked.
Yeah.
But it's like poor thing, I hate to talk bad about her like that, but man, she throws some stuff out there. That'd be like me being in Ashley Banfield, and y'all, I caught my husband in the bed with an alien. I had a UFO land in my backyard, and I walked in my bedroom and caught my husband in bed with an alien. Just because it's her
That
and
sounds,
she's in the,
And
she's
people would run with it.
people would
that
run with
sounds
that.
like
They'd
They
say,
would.
road. That
"Oh
sounds
my
like
God."
road territory. Those newspapers you see in the supermarket.
I walked away and come back and I just caught her. Did you say that you caught your husband in bed with an alien?
She said if Ashley Banfield put that out, that people would believe it.
You see,
Oh,
I told you.
I just
Hey.
caught the tail end of that and I thought, did I really just hear what I heard?
Oh, I
Oh
love
my
it. I love it.
God.
I was going to ask you if you jumped in with him.
Oh, Avery,
Talk about
you are
running
so
with it.
crazy. I swear, girl.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. No, I was just talking about Ashley Banfield. It'd be like me being her and go and lie, not lie, but just put something out there like that. And evidently, though, maybe she believes her sources. I don't know. What if those sources are saying, y'all, we got to get some ratings and for News Nation, and we got to help Ashley. We got to boost up the ratings, or we ain't gonna get no paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
And so we got to, if it's a lie, well, it won't hurt if it's a little lie. It could be a little white lie. It shouldn't be that bad. We'll give it to her and she'll put it out there. She ain't gonna care. That's how I look at it. So that's why I don't listen to no media. I don't watch or listen to none of that. Nope. Nope. Because I just don't believe them.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't. I really don't.
Can't
You don't know
blame
where
you.
their sources are coming from. They could be getting a lot of that from TMZ or then National Enquirer. I don't know.
Mhm. And why do y'all think they haven't released a
That's the reason
911
why.
call?
Oh, that's the one I'd like to know is where is that?
That's what I think.
Yep.
I mean, has there ever been any other case that y'all know of where they haven't released the 911 call?
I've never heard of it. They did it with the Murdaugh case. They released it with that. I mean, this gag order is that gagged. Well, I don't want to say gagged. What's the proper name for it?
Non-dissemination?
Yes, that
Just say gag order.
There you go, gag order. The gag order. Where they got a gag order on the 911 thing?
Well, I know that Whitcomb, which is where the 911 center is, or what the 911 center is, they were wanting clarification too, because they're saying that they're getting FOIA requests for the call, but they haven't released it because they don't know if they're part of the gag order with regards to that 911 call. So they haven't released it to anybody. So I don't know if that's what they're waiting on is for clarification to say, yes, you can release it or no, you can't. Or if the police just come out and was like, no, don't release it.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
But the 911 call center's in Washington, right?
Yes, it's right. I don't know exactly how many miles across the Washington line, but it's on the Washington side.
So would a Washington judge have to issue that, being courteous to the Idaho judge in Moscow? Would he have to issue the non-release of that?
Maybe if Idaho got in touch with him and put in a request, basically like they did with Bethany, because Bethany was down in Nevada. It may be something like that, but I don't think a Washington judge would just come out and issue a gag order when they have nothing to do.
That's my point. Exactly.
Yeah.
They're going to have to send one over from the Idaho judge to the Washington judge if the Washington judge hasn't already contacted him.
And they may have done that.
Yeah, there's all kind of surprises in this case.
For sure.
And every day you learn a new lesson or two. And by the way, Top Dive, I use mink oil on my knife sheaths. It's
Mink
from
oil.
mink oil. Yeah, I used to use that for my baseball gloves. But I use that, and then I put the mineral oil on the blades to keep them
Yeah,
from
that's what my husband puts that on his too. Yep.
mineral oil.
He may use some mink oil, but I know he's got a big old bottle, a big jug looking thing full of linseed oil. So I mean, but there was another oil too. I don't remember. I'd have to look.
Oh, there's a bunch of coconut,
Yeah, there's
olive
another
oil.
one
There's all
that
kind of
he
balms you
uses.
can put on there, but you're supposed to try to match up the oil for the type of leather you're using. Like a leather for a knife is different than a leather for a jacket.
Okay, I'm gonna have to tell him. I'm gonna have to let him know that. Thank you for that advice. I'm gonna tell him. He may not realize that.
Well, the linseed may be good for the knife sheath. I don't know.
He'd use that because his grandpa always used that, so that's why he uses it.
Chris, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family.
You know how you guys were just talking about, like how you just don't trust the media?
Yes.
I just have to tell you this real fast, and it's off topic because it just really burned my britches. Remember how I told you guys earlier that I listened to the recordings of the tapping coming from the submarine? Well, I'll be damned if I didn't get clickbaited because JB Buno just put something out saying that the Coast Guard and everybody has issued a statement that they have not released any audios. So what I listened to was fake. I just wanted to tell you guys because
okay, so that way I don't have to waste my time going and trying to find it. And so it is true that they're hearing. It's true that they've heard the tapping, but the audios that has been put out are fake.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I hate when they get me and they clickbait me and they get me hook, line, and sinker, and it makes me so mad. I will be writing them a strongly worded email first thing in the morning.
Because I did hear JB earlier today, whenever I was watching him, saying that they had actually got that information yesterday during the day about the tapping noise, but they wanted to vet it and make sure that it was true before they put it out. And then he was talking about it today when he was live. So
yeah, that's going to be one strongly worded email to that person that news that put it out.
There's no telling what kind of noise they're going to be picking up from under. Look at all the metal that's on the ocean floor,
right?
And all the cables that are laid out across the floor.
Mm-hmm. I seen somebody in chat a minute ago say something about they think that they could possibly be caught in a net.
Oh.
And then I heard they could have got sucked in to the hull of the Titanic ship.
Yeah, I thought about that too.
They could have somehow got in there, and I don't know how, unless they had pressure, some kind of pressure, or I don't know how it would have happened. A current, maybe a underwater current, could have pushed them.
I had seen that also, and then I forgot where it was a video that I was watching, and they said that they're not supposed to, because somebody else had mentioned, could they have gotten like trapped inside of the Titanic? And the person was like, they're not even supposed to go all the way up to it. They can get up close enough to where they can see it, but they're not supposed to go up to like all the way, I guess, right up next to it. And they're not supposed to go inside of it. They are just supposed to go around it.
Yeah, because that thing's falling apart. That bacteria stuff is eating that metal up, and it's falling apart. You know, it's starting to not disintegrate, but it's slowly. There's a certain bacteria that eats up metal that's underwater, and they said that ship is just starting to fall apart. I mean, that's dangerous.
Yeah, it'll be a coral reef later.
Because when did that happen? Wasn't it in like the 30s?
It was before the Great Depression, I thought.
Yeah, I can't remember. I watched a documentary. I watched the movie probably 10 times, but I can't remember the year that happened.
I'll have to look it up now because I don't even know the year that it happened.
That's an
Ladies,
eerie.
Before I leave you, I'm going to leave you with some numbers here.
Okay.
50,000, $80,000, $500,000, and $20 million.
Okay.
That's the amount.
Say
That's
that.
the
Say that
amount of
again.
bond that 50,000,
Okay.
80,000,
Okay.
$500,000, and $20 million.
Okay.
Those numbers are the bonds belonging to, if I'm getting my order right, Jalen Hobson, Corey Bigsby, Brittany Jackson, and Chad Dorman.
Oh yeah, Bixby's is 80,000. Yeah.
80,000?
He got
Oh,
bond for 80,000 today. I
wow.
And
couldn't
and they
believe.
released him, didn't they?
I don't know that part. I just
Yeah.
know
So
he
he
got
Who
did
bond.
they
get out.
released? Who they released?
Well, at least that was their planning. That was their planning today.
Cody Bixby. So he is out.
I thought I saw that he got out today.
He's out.
That he bonded out,
You got to be
He's
Holy
kidding me.
he's likely out.
fun.
and they don't even know where that baby's at. And I
Oh
see where
my
somebody,
God.
I seen on Twitter where somebody had said, well, like, because they're saying that the baby was murdered several months before the dad called and reported him missing. And so people were asking on Twitter, well, like, between the time that they're saying that he was murdered and the time that the dad said that he went missing, like, is there any family members that have seen him during that period or any pictures of him or anything that they can come out and say, look, this picture was taken in and he was alive during that time?
I
The only
cannot believe.
picture that I have up at the moment is the only picture that I have is the missing person flyer, and they have two pictures courtesy of Nick. Both of them are him. No age progression.
Oh, by the way, the Titanic sank in 1912.
Well, yeah, that's what a couple of people in
That's right.
chat were saying.
But wow, I can't believe that he bonded out on $80 million.
No, 80,000.
80,000.
Oh, okay. Oh God,
Well,
my
where did
ears.
he get that kind of money from? He's been
Somebody
in
put up that
jail
My
for,
guess is half as good as mine. I don't have a clue.
he's been in jail for how long now?
since
Almost like 2 years?
no. It was just last year when he was
Okay.
arrested. I think he's
What?
been in there 8 months, 9 months.
Okay. So did that case start up during the time that Kylie Rodney started up?
I believe so.
Okay, because I remember when that case started, there was another big case that started as well.
I know it was winter. I want to say it was October or November
Okay.
when he was arrested.
Oh, wow.
I just still can't believe that somebody probably put their house up for him.
Why would a judge allow him to get out and he's not even said where his baby's at?
Exactly.
He's probably going to flee.
But then how much he has to put up? He don't have to put up the full 80,000, huh? He just
What,
got to put up what?
10%
10% of
or
it.
12%?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
8,000. How much is that? That's 8,000.
8,000. Yeah.
he is a bondsman, yeah.
$8,000.
Yeah, but
Was
somebody
it
else has got to put up the 90%. It could also be him if he's got like a house, a car.
Yeah.
That's what
well?
the bail
Was it an all cash bond or could he use a bondsman?
that
He
I
probably
don't
could
know.
have used a bondsman on that. They
So he
didn't
would
say
have
it
just
was
put
all
up.
cash.
Somebody would have had to put up the 8,000, and then the bondsman did the rest of it.
Right.
That's just crazy,
So,
though. That
at
this
least
man, his
you-
baby's missing. Nobody
at least
knows
we
where
can
this
say
baby's
that
at, and he's charged with his murder.
Where are his
at
other
least we can
children at?
say Bigsby had it easy. Bigsby has it easy. The harder bond to put up would have to be Chad Dorman.
$20
$20
million.
million.
Yes.
Oh, did you see the stuff that came out today about him? And if it's clickbait, I will be so mad
I seen something about that his wife was planning to divorce him.
because of him touching
Which
little
wouldn't
younger.
surprise me.
Oh, I didn't see that part.
Yeah, I didn't go all the way through it because I've been stuck on the submarine, but I'll go back and look, and if it's clickbait, I'll be doing another email.
Yeah, I saw the part where
you know
it
the
was a
sad
divorce, a planning. She was planning to divorce him or something like that, but I didn't watch the video. I just saw the thumbnail. But I
So
didn't know
that
about
would
the other
possibly,
part.
You're right.
that would be the motive.
A sad part of that story, the sad story on that is at least according to her, her life is over. Her life is over. As far as Chad Dorman is concerned, he killed 4 people that day.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
But
true.
executed
she's
his
got
3
to find.
sons and effectively ended his wife's life.
What kind of rifle did he use? I mean, what?
She's got to find strength though, because she still does have, a child alive, and
Yeah, she's got a daughter,
I
right?
didn't get that
yeah,
information.
she she'll find strength too, and it'll probably be through her daughter too. That's what I believe. I
I
believe she
pray she
will.
does. I pray she does.
I don't know what kind of
Then on
rifle he used.
That's just so crazy.
Was
then
it a rifle or a shotgun?
on the
It was a rifle. Thank you, Mary. Because whenever the police got
then
there,
on the
it was sitting on the steps beside of him.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
yeah.
Mm.
Then on Sequoia Samuel's death, there's so much going on with that. Like I said, Sequoia's mom, Brittany Jackson, she's on a $500,000 bond. Then the attorney's trying to get a psych eval for her to see if she's mentally competent to stand trial. Her boyfriend Jalen Hobbs, his bond is at $50,000, and plus he's gonna be caught up on unrelated charges too. Both
And then
will
once
be
Wow.
the
back in court
autopsy,
about 5 days from now.
Do you think she's mentally competent?
I'm not sure, but I already have my assumption,
she was
and that
competent
and
enough
I'm gonna keep it.
to devise a plan to try to get away with it.
Yeah.
Great point.
I mean,
But this is the way. Until I'm proven wrong with evidence, this is the way I think. This is the way I think it went down. I think Jalen Hobson beat Sequoia to death. I think Brittany Jackson allowed it to happen. When they both found Sequoia unresponsive, they decided to hide the body in the trash and let it go for 3 weeks until they had enough heat on them both to report Sequoia missing. Then we get this past Thursday, last Thursday. Then we get early that Friday morning when Memphis PD, TBI, FBI, and all them find Sequoia's remains, leading to Jackson and Hobson's arrests. And like I said, that's just my assumption. Until I hear evidence of the contrary, I'm sticking with it.
well, that's a good assumption. That is a good assumption because I would assume the same thing.
Yeah. Ernest, have you been over the documents that came out about Harmony Montgomery?
Oh,
That's
that
a
is.
sad
Not
case.
yet.
my
I'm
God.
Oh,
I need to get a hold of that. I get a hold of those too.
Prepare yourself.
Yes.
poor
I
little
seen them.
Harmony.
I seen them on Twitter. It's like 55 pages, and I only read just the main part of what happened to her, and I couldn't read anymore.
Oh
Yeah.
God, that was terrible.
So
But
That was
it's
terrible.
it's a trigger warning.
So you guys are letting me know. No, if I go ahead and check this out later this morning, trigger warning.
Yes.
Oh, big time. Big time.
Yeah, it's bad.
And I don't know about all 55 pages because the only pages that I saw that was posted on Twitter was the main part of it of what happened to her.
Hmm.
And it's, I think, 4 or 5 pages long, just that part of it. And once you read that, you can't read any more of it.
And I was seeing people in different chats saying, that's what drugs will do to you. Drugs will make you, not human. And oh, it was making me so mad. I was commenting and I said, drugs are no excuse. Nope,
No,
nope,
they're
nope.
not. And
Nah,
I mean, it was
nah.
all what was her name? Kayla
Yeah.
was saying that it was because she had had bathroom accidents in the car when they were living in the car, but she was probably scared to let them know that she had to go to the bathroom
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
because
Yeah.
of
God, that poor child.
because of him doing that to her face.
Mm-mm-mm.
So yeah, that they when you read them, it's a trigger warning,
And Kayla's
All
gonna get
right.
off scot
I'll
free.
and
check
she
that
getting
out.
like a year and a
I
half.
hope not.
That's what I'd heard. She was getting a year and a half.
Well,
That's just unreal because she
I'm
should.
gonna leave you guys. I'm gonna leave you guys with this quote from an Undertaker promo. Although this is why we get into true crime. He once said that everything that man is determined to destroy can be found within his own heart. Something to think about.
Right.
Wow. That's a very good quote.
Yeah,
Wow.
that was
Mhm.
kind of powerful.
That is
Well,
All right,
powerful.
guys. I'm gonna
take
get up
care,
out of
Ernest.
here. Scarlett, thank you for allowing me back here.
Oh, you're
Everybody,
welcome.
be kind to yourself,
Good
love
night.
others, be
Take
good to
care. Be
others,
safe.
and I pray to God I'll see you back here. All right,
All right. Well, have a good night.
Good night.
you too.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Yeah, that Harmony Montgomery document, that was just, I wish I
Oh,
wouldn't have
that's
never read it,
pitiful. Oh my
honestly.
God.
I seen something today too about Oakley Snow, her mom and the boyfriend. I want to say that the mom's trial was scheduled first, and then his is scheduled, let's say next year. I think is what it said. And that's another sad one.
And then Megan Boswell, hers is put off until what, 2025? I just don't understand that.
Why hers was before Oakley's, and hers was before
Right.
Summer Wells, wasn't it?
Right. Yes. And it got pushed to 2025, and I'm like, why? I just. But reading that one too, what how they found her and everything, and what how she passed and stuff. It was super super disturbing.
Yeah, I haven't read that one.
Mm,
I wish I wouldn't have read Little Harmonies, honestly.
yeah.
Well, look, y'all, I'm going to have to leave because my husband just came to my door, opened it, and gave me a pair of mean eyes. So he's like to say, excuse me, what you still doing up this late? You need to come inside. So
I love your accent.
them big eyes come poke out like a frog. Come look at me. What the hell are you still doing outside? So good night, everybody.
All right, well, have a good night.
Good night.
Y'all too. Y'all too. Bye-bye.
Good night. Don't dive.
Night, Riddler.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna hop on down too and just listen until you guys finish out.
Okay, well, thanks for coming up, and I hope you have
Oh,
a wonderful night.
thanks for having me.
Oh, you're welcome.
I am loving your channel, and I'm just so glad that because you just you're perfect for me because you go live just at the perfect hours.
Everybody in here, we're a bunch of night owls,
Yeah,
honestly.
I love it. All right, well, I'll be down in the chat.
Okay, well, have a
Bye,
good
Avery.
night. Watching ships on satellite. Wait, what is? King Scarlet says, never in my life would I have thought I'd be watching ships on satellite looking for billionaires stranded in a sub. I mean, I get that some people want to go down there to look at the Titanic, but you can look at it in the safety of your own home for free on a screen just like you would in the Titan. Why wouldn't you just do it like that instead of spending all that money and taking a chance of what's going on right now? So forgive me, but have y'all ever chatted about Michael Vaughn's case? Relevant. I talked about Lil Michael's case back when Sarah had right when she had first, I believe she had first gotten arrested, and they were digging the backyard and all that up. I did at that time, but I think I did 2 videos on that, but that I haven't since then. Oh, Amethyst, thank you. I need to get caught back up in the chat.
You were talking about the Titanic,
Uh-huh.
and of course they can't bring that thing up. It's going to fall apart
Right.
as soon as they bring it up. But there was a talk one time about bringing up the Arizona. That's over in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's leaking oil still out in the water. But all the families asked the families and said no, that's their graveyard.
Oh, that's the one that had all the sailors on it when it sunk.
Yes, ma'am. The
Yeah,
sailors are in there during World War II.
I knew a guy that lived here, and he passed away several years ago. But his brother is inside that ship.
Wow.
But I mean, it would be the same thing with the Titanic. Look at the lives that was lost on it. Just leave it there and don't bother it. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah, let the people rest.
right. Let their souls rest because it's. I hate to say it's a graveyard, but it's kind of what it is, without sounding disrespectful because I'm not trying to be. But I mean, if you go to disturbing it, then I think before they would do that, they would have to go through it and try to make sure that there's no remains left because they didn't get all of them out of the Titanic, did they?
No, I mean, I don't know how many of the people survived. They got on lifeboats, were later picked up,
Mm.
but the rest of them, no, they went down in the water. And the Navy, if you pass away out at sea, they have a funeral. They dump you right there in the water.
Right. Somebody was in here a couple of months ago, and I want to say it was their dad or their uncle that had passed away, and they did a burial at sea for him. But I don't remember who it was.
Well, this gentleman I knew, we called him Pops, and he's passed away now. He lived to be in his 90s. He was on the USS Missouri, and he was good friends with my dad. He pulled my first tooth as a little boy, so I stayed friends with him all through life.
Mm-hmm.
And he was on the Missouri, and he was telling us about it. Japan had what was called kamikazes. They would come crashing hard on the American ships, blowing it up
Right.
because they're running out of ammo. So one of the Japanese pilots hit his ship, the Missouri, and today it still has that little dent in it where that plane hit. But they found the pilot, at least half of his body, still on the Missouri.
Hmm.
And the guys got together. This shows you the difference between our country and the other ones. The guys got together. They got a big white towel or a sheet, and they cut out a red dot. They gave this Japanese pilot, airman, a proper funeral, and
Oh
they
wow.
they placed his body on that little slab, and they put
Mm-hmm.
the flag on top of it. They had everybody in ceremony uniforms, and they buried him at sea. Now Japan would not do that with us. They
Right.
got nah.
Yeah, they wouldn't. He's a great channel and the most attractive host ever. See what I can hear. Thank you, Brad. Yeah, I don't remember who that was. Lady Claymore says, I lost 2 great uncles on the Titanic, and it is a gravesite. Yeah, I hate calling it that, but I mean, I know that's what it is. But Lady Claymore, I'm sorry to hear that you had family on there. But anyway, yeah, I can't remember who it was but they were in our chat. It was several months ago, and we were talking about something. I don't remember how it even got brought up, but we were talking about something, and he was saying it was either his dad or his uncle that got was in the service, and they did a burial at sea for him. The rest of us in the world. Let's see. I used to live just up the road from the Arizona Memorial, and it was weird to see most tourists were Japanese. Don't they have like a bridge or something that goes over it? The Arizona
Yeah, you walk
where
out
you
on
can,
it.
yeah.
A lot of people are wondering if that ship's going to start decaying.
Because what's going to happen if it does?
Well, that's what I don't know. I'm sure
I mean,
I
they would
think it's
have to
I
do
think it's managed
something.
by the park rangers, so I'm sure they got pylons holding that cement up.
Yeah, because if it started breaking down, they would have to do something with the remains and stuff like that.
I guess it'd actually be concrete, but they have they give you a tour of that place.
Seems like I've seen a picture of it. Of if it's the same place I'm thinking about. It's like a white concrete looking building, sort of like that goes out over it.
Yes,
Okay, that's the same one I'm thinking about then.
and I think that's one of the, and it might be the only, but I'm not sure, flag that always stays at half staff.
Oh, okay. So the Titanic sank April the 15th, 1912 at 2:20 a.m. I've never watched the movie of the Titanic. I've never really read anything about it. Just kind of what I've heard here and there, like news and just seeing stuff like what's going on now with it. I just think that I get, like I said, that people want to go and see it. Uh, it, it's I don't want to say bad juju, but it may just need to be left alone. Really. Speaking of the Titanic, I wonder if the ship would have stayed afloat if it hit an iceberg straight on. Jeremy, I don't know.
That was that ship's first voyage too, wasn't it?
It was his maiden voyage.
I'm thinking, but I'm not sure. I'd like to find. I hope some historian out there can tell us.
Oh, I don't know. Scarlet watched the movie. The King Scarlet. Um, I have a family member that loves that movie and will literally watch it every day if he could. And
It's an excellent movie. I watched it.
I'll
It's
have to.
excellent.
I don't think I might have. You know how I am with movies. I don't think I've ever seen it. Troll's saying that I have, but I don't think I ever did. But I'll have to watch it though. So Michelle said yes, first and only voyage. Wow. Just the thing. I mean, they did all that, made it as pretty as what I've seen in pictures and stuff like that. On the inside and everything for back in that time. And then the very first time that it goes out, it
Well, it
sinks.
was nicknamed the unsinkable ship.
Mm. And then it ends up sinking. And honestly, I don't know why, but I thought that it was further out in the Atlantic, more towards like the UK side of the Atlantic. But when they were showing today where it was off of St. John's and all that, I didn't realize it was that close to our side of the Atlantic. Even though it's in the northern part up around Canada and all that, I didn't realize it was this far west.
It reminds me, we used to have a deployment to a place called Goose Bay.
Mm-hmm.
That's up in that area.
Let's see, but is the story of Jack and Rose true? It's a lot. See, and Michelle, that's probably why I haven't watched it. I ain't too much into love stories, but I'll watch it though. He just painted her. Because, I mean, isn't in the movie like what Avery's talking about, Jack and Rose, which I know is played by, was it Leonardo DiCaprio? And I forgot what the girl's name is. And they both end up in the water together or whatever. Jack and Rose were not real. Okay. Kate Winslet. I'm pretty sure tonight Troll will have me watching it. And wasn't there some people that went down there and got some stuff out of it? Like many, many years after it had sank and everything, people were going down there trying to find treasures and like personal belongings and stuff like that of the people that was on it.
I remember a little mini sub traveling through it. That's all I can remember.
Okay. I was trying to think because I thought there was, which it could be like a museum, but it may not be the actual stuff from it. Wait, what does that say? The fire on the Titanic weakened the structure, so it didn't stand a chance when it hit the iceberg. Okay. Anyone heard of the story of Olympia? Some theories on top of theories to be like rabbit holes. Brad, no, I've never heard of it. The iceberg crash was not head on. An iceberg that big was not supposed to be that far south of the Atlantic, into the Atlantic, nor that huge. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't go on a cruise. You got rogue waves. There was another ship. I forgot what it was. What the ship's name was. I think it was one of the Carnival cruise ships or something that hit a rock in the ocean and flipped over on its side, and only half of its side was up out of the water.
Yeah, but they got guys, they'll send these little robotic or unmanned subs down to these ships that were in the military just to see, well, what sunk it, you know, how many hits did it take from torpedoes to bring that ship down?
Mm-hmm. I just don't know if I'd want to go down that far.
I'm like you, I really just sit home, watch it on TV. And I'm not
Yeah,
bad mouthing the guys that went down there, but I asked the other night, what different view are they going to get than what I get from watching it
I
on
mean, it's
television?
safe and it's free. You don't have to worry about, like I said, getting caught up with like the Titan is. Because, and I know a couple of hours ago when I was live, they said it was what, 5.5 hours of oxygen left that they had. So they're probably close to 3 now. King Scarlet, have you seen any updates on it since you last told me?
Well, here's the thing about it. I wouldn't sit in that thing if it was bobbing on top of the ocean if I
Uh-uh.
can't open a latch and get out and walk around.
No, because they said it can't be open from the inside.
So once they bring this thing up, we still got a problem. We got to get air to it. And now they got to find somebody to go in there and I guess they're bolted in. Take all them bolts out to open the hatch.
Well, they got to find it first, though. I don't think they've
Oh,
even.
they got a bunch of things they got to do. Yeah, they
Yeah,
got to find it, then hook up to it, then bring it up.
because King Scarlet had posted a little while ago something about the one, I forgot what the name of it is. That's going out there has stopped, I guess. So that could be a good thing. Maybe they found where it's at and they're going down to get it. Hey, Fran, how are you? All right, so if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so. It says we got 161 in here with 132 likes. Want to try to get the likes up as close to that as we can. See the heart of crew. We need 30, yes, 30 more likes. So 29 now. Okay, let me look at something on this other website real quick. Be kind of nice if they would have released some documents tonight, like right before I went live.
Yeah, they'll probably release them about 8 or 9 in the morning.
Well, let's see. 8 o'clock my time would be 6 their time, I think it is. Usually when they release them, it's after dinner, or well, after lunch. I mean, um, thank you, just on. Whenever they start letting them out, but I don't know, for some reason they'll go like several days and then they'll do a whole document dump, and it'll be from like several days ago. So I don't know if that's what they're doing now and they're just doing it like one day a week. But I'm curious to know what the judge, like what his decision is going to be on these cameras. That's like the main thing that I'm waiting on right now.
Well, hopefully they'll be transparent and show it to us. Because look how many things we've learned from everybody's knowledge that we have participating with us on these channels that we learn about law.
Right.
And to watch it there, you know how many law students will watch these cases?
I mean, something like this one could possibly be an assignment for some students,
Oh,
you know,
exactly.
to watch over.
But this town, I just get the feeling they want this thing over and done with yesterday.
Oh yeah, because their college is like their main revenue. They need that money uh, to keep the town going, basically, because you get all the students coming in, you got all the faculty coming in, and they're spending their money at not only the college, but I don't know how much it costs to go to that college, but you've got all the businesses going on it. And it could be Hart and Pullman too, but I don't know what, like, we know what Moscow's got as far as the town and stuff like that, but I don't know what Pullman's got over there as far as like restaurants and things for the college kids to do and everything. So Moscow could be even potentially pulling in revenue from Pullman students as well. Let's see, charge for people to stream it and they will make all their money back. I mean, I had said that earlier, Jeremy, but I think if they were to charge people to watch it, they should take that money and give it to the victims' families.
But see, like the last thing they want is for these major networks to get up there and poke fun. Like, I can't believe a college campus didn't have security, which has nothing to do with the trial.
No,
And then,
it
and the
don't.
last thing they want to hear is, "I would never send my kid to that university."
I mean, I wouldn't send mine to it. Not just after knowing what goes on up there and how they do stuff. I wouldn't want mine to go there. Hey, Cammy, how are you? Let's see, they were only supposed to be down. Um, it just by going off of the website, the Moscow Police Department website, and seeing like they have all these different calls, and there's no reports for anything, and it makes it look like that they're not writing reports to keep it so it will look like the crime is down in that area. And then you have this case here, and it, the defense and the state are arguing back and forth, which I know that can happen in any case. We've seen it in several cases. They're going back and forth with each other on evidence being sent over and all this and that. But it's almost like the state is hiding something in this case. I don't know what it is, but there's something going on there.
I wonder if the FBI has already packed their bags and left.
I don't know because they haven't put anything out on their web or the not FBI but the Moscow Police Department where uh, they would release like the press releases and they would say like we have so many Moscow Police and Latah County and then we got FBI and then ISP. They haven't released any of that uh, since the gag order. But I wouldn't think the FBI would still be there. They've they've probably went back to I think they came from Utah or from Salt Lake City, I believe it was. King Scarlet said, "I don't think they are hiding anything. I think they are not trying to show all their cards." Well, there's probably some stuff that they're wanting to uh, keep hidden or keep close to them or whatever. It's just I don't. This case is I don't know what it is about it, honestly.
And if they do show it on TV, I wonder how much of it we'll get to see. Like the evidence.
Probably nothing gruesome, like the crime scene photos and stuff like that. They probably won't show that. No, they may allow stuff that's like if it's they took a picture of a cell phone or something like that, that may be okay. But I think anything
Picture of the
that's
sheath.
graphic. Wait, a picture of what?
That knife sheath.
I don't know. If it has fluid on it, I don't think they would. Now they might like Bryan, the inside of his parents' house. They might show that. Uh, well, I don't know because the Y&W Melly case, I was watching it the other day, and they were showing the inside of the car where his two friends had uh, was unalived. I'm trying to make sure I don't say anything I ain't supposed to on here. And in the front seat and in the back seat, they were both on the passenger side, one in the front, one in the back, and it was showing all the red stuff in the car, like all over the seats and stuff. And that was, I think, on Law and Crime. I think is where we watched it at. Gigi says, "You think they have full evidence already?" And let's see, that's why they're hush hush, so BK can't get a hold of it. Honestly, Gigi, I don't know. I, I I think they have more than what they put in the PCA because the PCA was just the bare minimum to get an arrest warrant. If the knife sheath is evidence in the case, they will show it. Betty Joe, you think that if there's a camera in the courtroom, they'll show it on the camera for us to see?
I wonder how the people in Moscow feel if you were to go to a coffee shop or just where people
Mm-hmm.
congregate to have breakfast, or even the clubs, and that conversation comes up. Yeah, we got the SOB now. Or do they feel like, boy, there's still some shaky things on this? I just
They
wonder what the
probably aren't even
feeling
talking
is.
about it. They probably wouldn't even, because I mean, they might know someone who, let's just say, if they're at a coffee shop and an out of town person came in, they would probably realize they're from out of town. I just don't think they would talk about it, honestly. Because it almost be like if we start talking about it, then others are going to start talking about it, and then it's already talked about enough on the news. Let's see, I agree. That's why Stephen G has a holder. Decided to sue the civil court after the criminal trial. Everyone has their own interest. I gotta find musicals. Let's see, I've said throughout state hiding something gives a chance for acquittal. Musical, what do you think that the state could be hiding? And everybody must be paid to be innocent. Well, not everybody. Some in my opinion, he's 100% guilty and he's getting nervous. Betty Joe, I don't want him to be innocent unless he truly didn't do it. If he did it, I want him to be guilty. But I think he does. I mean, it's his right to a fair trial. It's his right to an attorney. She obviously is doing what she's supposed to as an attorney. Like, she's representing her client and doing what she can for him. I just hope it turns out to be a fair trial. And if he's the one who done it, he goes to jail for life or prison for life. If not, like I said earlier, they need to go out and find the person who did this. No more watching the YNW Millie crap for you, young lady. Your brain will erode a bit each minute, and your IQ will slowly but surely plunge point by point by point. Once you're, I don't, I like hearing his attorney get upset. Like the other day when they were arguing, and then the two male attorneys, they were up and they were arguing with the state, and then they eventually asked for a mistrial, which was denied. But it was just funny how they were getting very upset, especially when that last witness for that day was on the stand.
And see, the reason we bring this up, I was really connected to the Danny Rolling case. If you
Oh,
haven't
and
seen,
I saw your email. I just haven't got a chance to look at it yet.
they arrested a guy that fits the description of an SK to the T. And the whole town, they had a big thing on the news, and they thought they had their man, blah, blah, blah. And there was a press conference. The town went back. They got out of lockdown and started having night events down in Gainesville, which is big money. And everything was back normal again until the DNA results came back. Back then, they took longer. The DNA results came back, says it's not him. Well, guess what? Everything went back to lockdown again. No more night events, no more. But the unaliving stopped because the Danny had already moved on.
Like to a new area or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
What he's trying to do is get money to get back to Shreveport. So
okay.
he robbed a bank. All the money had that red dye on it. So then he
So you
then he
couldn't
would try,
use it.
right. And then he tried to go rob a supermarket, And get this, they found where he camped out. He had a little tent that he bought from a Walmart,
Uh-huh.
and he got his K-bar knife from a in Tallahassee. He got that knife in Tallahassee from a Army Navy store next to the Greyhound station where his bus brought him in. But when they found all this, they go, "Hey, we got the guy that robbed the bank." They still don't know. And even after they arrested him for his second armed robbery, when they got him on that one, they still didn't know that he was the Gainesville Ripper. He's sitting in
So,
jail, and that's
so
why they
how
got
did
the
they
other guy.
find out?
Well, they did a DNA.
Okay.
I don't want to be a spoiler alert. It's at the end of that movie. He's got
Okay.
he's got part of a finger missing,
Uh-huh.
and he left a handprint on some kind of towel at one of the victims.
Oh, and
And one
it
FBI
had
agent
it.
overhears another FBI agent talking about this guy that without a finger, part of his finger missing. They go, Eureka! That's the same thing we got in Gainesville.
Okay,
So
so
then
that's how they figured it out then.
right, so
Okay.
they went in there, and then of course he's on trial in Ocala, and I think that's where he just spilled his guts and got and said, "Hey, I'm the guy that did the things in Gainesville."
Don't dive. Welcome back.
I know. Y'all don't laugh at me, but I like snuck. I snuck outside. I started thinking about something. I was looking up something, and I come across. You ever heard of the Harvard lawyer Lee, that blonde-headed woman?
Mm-mm. I don't
No.
guess.
No, I haven't
Okay.
heard.
It's her channel is Harvard lawyer Lee. I ran out of there so fast. I swear, I don't even remember if she was a prosecutor or a defense. I don't remember. But I said, oh my God, I hope Scarlett and them still up. I watched it, and she was going over what you went over, Scarlett.
Okay.
And oh my God, I'm like, okay, now I could be freaking out on this for nothing, but she's even curious, y'all. She said there's something not right. She said, I don't understand how they're just going to take that out. They deleted how the FBI got to the profile. She
Mm-hmm.
said that I don't understand. They should be keeping that. I've never heard of that. Then also she was talking before that, talking about the genealogy, the GGI.
Mm-hmm.
And she said that, oh my God, please don't let me forget this. My memory, I hate when I do that. I don't know if y'all do that sometimes. It's like you're
Yep.
on to, oh my
And
God.
you completely forget what you're about to say.
Yes.
Yeah.
I must be drinking too much coffee. I don't know. But, oh God, please help me remember. He probably don't want me to remember. He's probably telling me you need to just get away from all this and just let me deal with everything that's in my hands anyway. Oh hell, y'all! I feel so embarrassed.
No, you're fine.
I can't believe shit.
About the
Oh yeah.
genealogy stuff.
Yes. Okay. She was saying how the FBI come to the conclusion and was able to say for sure that this is that for them to be able to arrest him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was through this right here. Okay. But so in other words, so it never went to Austin. It never went to Austin, Texas to be checked, because she was saying from what it said that the FBI took over.
Okay, so it was at a private laboratory, and they were the ones that had started on it. Well, then law enforcement decided that the FBI was going to take it over. So the private lab seized what they were doing, and they turned that profile that they had started over to the FBI, and then the FBI took it then and went to one of the websites, was 23andMe or Ancestry.com or whatever site it was. It said one or more sites. So whatever it is they use, they put the profile in there, and that's what led them to Bryan. Hey Skittles, how are you?
Okay. Cause she was saying, okay, that a tip came in
From the FBI.
from the FBI, that a tip came in.
Well, yeah, the FBI found that it was Bryan, and then the FBI sent the tip to the Moscow Police Department.
Okay, so someone got in touch with the FBI, but you see, that's not what was in the PCA.
No. Nobody got
And
in
it
touch
was-
with nobody got in touch with the FBI when the FBI got the DNA results from the profile showing that it led them to Bryan. This profile, DNA profile that they had. The FBI themselves, when they found that, they're the ones that sent that tip to Moscow Police Department.
Okay, well, let me ask you this: when did they didn't do the buccal swab, the saliva test? They did not do that until after they arrested him.
Right. So what they did was, when Bryan was in
But
custody,
yet they went to Pennsylvania. They went to get the trash or whatever.
right.
Okay,
Yeah. Once they got Bryan's name, they went to Pennsylvania, got the trash, did the testing on the trash. That DNA came back to be the biological father.
and then they
to
did the buccal swab.
Well, once they found out that the trash DNA was the biological father of the DNA on the sheath, then they knew for a fact it was Bryan Kohberger. So they got the warrant. The PCA was written. They got the warrant. They went out to arrest him in Pennsylvania. Once he was arrested, they did the buccal swab. Once they did the buccal swab, they took that DNA, which would have been Bryan's direct DNA, and compared it to the DNA on the knife sheath, and it came back as a statistical match.
Okay, so they didn't go. They didn't. So okay, I don't know why I'm still not understanding. But they went and they got the trash. They had the trash. They had that father's DNA.
They got the father's DNA from when.
And
okay,
then
so
and they tested the thing. They tested the knife sheath, and it showed Bryan a
Yeah.
match.
Well, the trash DNA tested against the DNA on the knife sheath. It showed that the trash DNA was the biological father of the person that the DNA on the sheath belonged to. So they knew then that it was Bryan. So then they get the PCA, they go get the warrant, they go arrest Bryan, then they take the buccal swab from Bryan, and then they go test that DNA on that buccal swab that they took from Bryan after he was arrested, tested it against the DNA sheath, or the DNA on the sheath, and it came back as a match to Bryan.
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
Okay.
And really think about this too. I mean, I'm thinking outside the box, I guess, devil's advocate, whatever you want to call it. So in between all that, from when they went and got the DNA, when they got the father's whatever profile thing or whatever out of the trash, there's no way that they could not have like spiked the punch for like spiking the sheath, and then they got the full match once they did the swab, and it was a clear match. You don't think, just say for instance, if there was pretend there was a cover up, okay? In that process of what you just said, there's no little way that nothing could have been planted in any way at all.
You mean like like Bryan's DNA being planted on the knife sheath?
No, that they would have gotten the DNA before, since they took the trash.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that they would have ever to match it to Bryan Kohberger way before they arrested him.
Where would they get the DNA from?
Well, you see, they said they got it from the trash, but it's the time period. It's when.
Well, I'm trying to
When
figure out where would they get the DNA from to put on the
because you
knife.
see, this is from way in the beginning. They first sent it to they sent it to Moscow. Moscow sent it to some lab that was like pretty much a startup. Then they sent it to Austin, Texas. But then the FBI come in and took over.
Okay, so wait, the DNA that they got, excuse me, from the trash, they collected that DNA on December the 27th, the 28th, they had the match, the 29th, the PCA was done, and the warrant was obtained, and then the 30th at 1:30 in the morning, they arrested him. So it's like a, 4-day period right there of all of the dad's DNA being...
But you remember way back when they first sent it to this, it was a startup. It was a small startup lab.
Okay, so what they did, this is what was said. When they got the sheet, it was said that the ISP lab, or the Idaho State Police Lab, tested it and they didn't find anything. So allegedly they sent it to a lab in Texas, and the lab in Texas is the one that found the DNA. Now, that came from Howard Bloom, but in the PCA it says that the knife sheath, that the Idaho State Lab is the one that found the DNA, not a startup lab or a private lab or anything like that.
Because you see, there was a startup lab that did it first in Idaho. Then, like you said, they didn't find nothing and they sent it to Texas.
All right, how do we know it went to Texas?
That's what I want to know. They don't. We don't.
Yeah, they don't know for sure.
We don't. It sounds to me like from that startup lab is when the FBI took over. Where they come up with the Austin, Texas lab. Ask Betty Jo is she still here?
She probably is.
Okay.
Now, okay,
But
so
the Austin, Texas lab, or wherever it went to in Texas, that was started by the Arthur Howard Bloom. Blum.
Yeah.
That
He's the one that started that.
And he started other rumors too, and the trust me, they're looking for some people.
So the Howard Bloom, I haven't read that one. I mean, I've read it, but I haven't read it about this, what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. I hadn't even thought about that. I could have looked in there, but then that might not be true.
Okay, so see, go ahead.
But there's something not right though with this with where the time period of when they determined, and it's hard for me to explain stuff. I've always been like that. I know what I want to say, but it's not coming out. It just is. Okay, there's something wrong with the time period. And you see, this attorney, she said the same thing. She said that, well, maybe it's this and maybe it's that, but it just don't sound like it. It's not. This case is really, how she said that this case is very frustrating.
That it is.
It is. And she's supposed to. Go ahead, Riddler.
What I was going to ask Scarlett was, did BK's father ever send his DNA off to one of those sites like Ancestry or one of them other ones?
Yes, he did. This attorney said that 23andMe, and then there was another one.
Okay,
he did it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, 23andMe and Ancestry.com was named as examples in the document yesterday. I don't know if he sent his DNA into one of those or not, but It was when the family tree was built with Bryan Kohberger's family members. Bryan's name was on there, and the way they have a way to narrow it down to one person when they're doing something like this for a case, and they narrowed it down to Bryan, and then got the dad's DNA out of the trash. But the 23andMe and the Ancestry.com were just listed as examples of what type of genetic genealogical sites that they could use.
So here's what I'm thinking happened. You got the knife sheath. You send the results of that DNA to Ancestry and to the other ones. I don't know how many of them they sent to, and says, do you have anything that matches this? And they come back later and say yes. And then all this matches up when they see a Kohberger on there.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Well,
getting
ahead.
the DNA out of the trash can is just a confirmation. Now we confirmed it is him, because they already knew who their guy was from the when they did the car tags over at Washington on the white Elantras
But
and the
see, the
phone
thing with
beams.
that is, so that happened on the 27th of November, but on December the 17th, they're still asking for the public to help them find the Elantra.
Yes, they sure are. Yes. Oh my God,
I
yes.
wonder, because that's on a press release that on the 17th of December, they were still asking.
So
Yeah,
do we
because
know what
Fry.
date? Do we know what date they found the white Elantra, or the I guess either policeman or security guard on the campus says, "Hey, we got 2 of them over here, or 3 of them, however many they got. Here's the tag numbers and the names."
Okay, so the one that they found over at WSU, the cop had found it, I believe it was November the 27th. He had found it was like 12:30 in the morning. He was going through like the queries or whatever, and he found it. Said it was registered to Bryan Kohberger. It had Pennsylvania plates on it, and about literally 30 minutes later, at 12:28 in the morning, another officer. And I don't know if there was communication between these two officers, like, hey, can you go check this out, like this car or whatever for me? But another officer, 12:28 that morning, goes to the Steptoe Apartments, finds the car parked in the parking lot, gets the tag number off of it. By then, it has the Washington tags on it. When he runs the Washington tags, it comes back to Bryan Kohberger. And of course, we know that on November the 21st, he got his, not November 21st, I'm sorry, November the 18th, he got his license plate and registration switched from Pennsylvania to Washington. So that was on the 29th. I'm pretty sure later on in the day on the 29th, they sent that information over to Moscow PD. But like I said, December the 17th, they're still asking Moscow PD is for the public to help find the 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra.
Because you see, when you have a certain amount of time to switch your plates, like if I go to Florida, I've got a certain amount of time to switch my plate.
Yeah, and he switched his on the 18th, and the 21st was his birthday. And I believe it was said that his were supposed to run out on I think his plates were supposed to run out on the 30th of November, and he knew that he was going to be driving it back to Pennsylvania. So he wanted to get it done instead of just driving the car with expired tags on it back to Pennsylvania and getting it redone there.
Because didn't he just go to oh shoot,
Washington?
Yes. Wasn't it in August?
I want to say June.
June. It was around June. So then that would make sense. He had only a certain amount of time to get those plates switched.
Right.
Usually it's like 30 days, isn't it?
I don't know how they do it for college students, though. Because, Xana's car had Arizona plates on it. And I know that here in Louisiana, like the college that's in Natchitoches, there's all the like a lot of the college kids there still have their home state plate, and it won't be Louisiana. So I don't know how they do that for
I
college
don't.
kids.
Yeah, I don't know either. Hmm. Well, I don't know, but there's just something just ain't there's. It's just not right. It's something's. I'm not saying he is not guilty. He could very well be. Okay, he could very. But looking at all the other cases, Murdaugh, OJ, all these other murder cases, they got more evidence. They got more. The timelines make more sense. It's like the puzzle is easier put together, but for some reason, this one is missing a lot of puzzle pieces. And then when you find them, when you think you got them and you go to put them to form the puzzle, they don't fit. So then you go
Right.
back and you take those out and say, well, let me start over, or let me, there's something just not right. I don't know. I don't know. No. You know what? I'm just going to wait till the trial, calm my
That's
nerves,
that's
wait till
what
the
we're all gonna
trial.
have to do. It's gonna be hard to wait until October,
Oh my
but
God.
I mean, and we're not gonna know anything. Like we've got this stuff coming up Tuesday, but and the main thing that I'm waiting on right now is what the judge's decision is going to be on the cameras. Um,
Yes.
that's my main thing that I'm waiting on right now. But
I
after
think
the
they're going to
20,
have them.
I hope so.
Scarlett, it's
Uh,
90 days in the state of Idaho to change your license plate.
what about in Washington?
I'll go check that one.
Okay, because like I said, I don't know if they would make an out-of-state college student do it, especially if they're living on the college, on the campus.
Yeah.
I don't know how they would do that, but like I said, I do remember seeing Xana's car have Arizona plates.
Washington is 30 days.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, maybe
Well,
he just got them changed because, like I said, they were supposed to expire at the end of November, and he wasn't going back to Pennsylvania until when he left him and his dad in the middle of December, and he didn't want to be driving with expired tags, so he just went
yeah.
ahead and got them switched over
Yeah.
to Washington
But for us, for the
tags.
cameras, I think they're going to do what they did with the Gwyneth Paltrow case. I think they're going to allow oh my God, these trucks pass on Highway 90. Somebody must have stole that catalytic converter. They're so loud. Um, they with Gwyneth Paltrow, they had the court camera, they called it, and then they did what was it, a camera pool or a media pool or something like that.
I don't know. I didn't watch that one.
Yeah, I did, and they only let one go. So they had the court camera, but they had one,
Oh,
and
you're
that
talking about
was
the media pool with just the one
that.
camera, and then that media station or whatever it has to distribute the video out to the other ones.
Yes, well, they may not have that media one. They may just have the court.
I want to
'Cause
say that when there was something that was supposed to be coming up, and they said that they were going to do the cameras, but they were going to use the court's equipment because each
yeah,
judge in the state of Idaho, they have their own YouTube channel. And whenever you go to the state of Idaho website where I go to get all these documents from, they have a thing up in the right corner where you can click on it to see the live streams of these different court cases. And I mean, if they're going to do it like that, it'd be a whole lot easier.
oh
And then
yeah,
there's
definitely.
no fighting over who's going to be the media pool, who's going to do with the camera, who's going to do still shots. There won't be no argument over it. It's all done with the court's equipment, and everybody can just watch it from the court's YouTube channel. Just be a
Right.
lot easier. That way, the court is in charge of what the camera points at. They'll know that the jury's not on the camera. They will know that if there's any graphic images of evidence will not be shared, and they won't have to worry about people scrutinizing Bryan Kohberger's facial expressions, which is going to happen anyway, whether there's a camera in there or not. So
Yeah. So JJ has a YouTube channel.
uh-huh.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to go.
there's nothing on it. I think they whenever they do these cases or whatever is the only time anything is put on there, and then apparently they must if there's anything that's been on any of them, there's no longer it's been
Yeah.
deleted off, and so they may just use it just for that to live stream, and that's it.
So they're not gonna have no chat or nothing. They'll have some chat in there.
I would they would I don't know. I mean, they can cut their chat off. Like I can cut mine off on a live
Uh,
stream where nobody can chat. So they can do that.
Yeah, that's probably what they're gonna do.
And then whoever, like, let's say if they're streaming it, then I stream it from their channel, and then my chat would be going.
Okay,
But
I
they'll
see.
probably cut theirs off. See, they
Okay.
have the web. Oh, I hate WebEx. WebEx is what they had for Letitia's Stouch, and I hated it. You can't mute yourself at all on it. So I had to make sure everybody in my house was completely quiet when I had the few days that I had live streamed Letitia's.
Why the people in there could hear?
No,
Oh,
my people that was watching it, that was in my chat, would be able to
oh,
hear everything that was going on in my house.
oh! I see. I see what you're
No, the
saying.
WebEx people, they automatically muted any of the YouTube channels that come in to live stream it.
Okay. I see.
That's
Well,
how
okay. I'm going back again because frog eyes are gonna be sticking his head out the door again. So,
Yeah, I'm about to get out of here too. It's already a minute after 4 o'clock.
all righty then. Well, y'all have a good morning.
All right, you too. Thanks for coming up.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, I'm gonna have to get out of here for the night. Well, technically for the morning. See if they show them. I will watch if it's not too dramatic. Tony, keep your fingers crossed that they do show it though. Video. Okay, so the car on video had no front license plate, right, and only a PA plate, or only in PA. Is that okay? So Scarlett, in PA you don't have to have the front plate on the car, but they said it was an unknown plate in the PCA, or not the PCA. I'm sorry, in the press releases that they were putting out. Freya, have a good night. Hey G, how are you? Brett, I don't either. Maybe the judge will see it like that too, and let us have the cameras. All right, y'all. Well, I'm about to get out of here. Oh wait, I gotta wait till Riddler gets back. He told me he'd be right back. Lady Claymore, I hope you have a wonderful day. At least after the day. Yeah, I mean, I could understand, Brett. You know how like they did with Lori's. We only got the audio, but they edited out like the breaks that they had and the lunch break. I could see if they gave us the video and they edit all that out. But then people are going to start thinking, well, if you're going to edit that out, how do we know you're not editing everything else out? All right, Riddler, are you back?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here. What you need?
Okay, I was going to let you know I'm about to get out of here for the morning.
Okay, well, let's see. It's 5:03 here.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm getting ready to go do? Walk outside and count the numbers. I got to tell you, I got to tell you, I know it. I got to tell you something strange. There was, and it was on the news here, and it's been caught on ring cam. There's a gentleman walking around the neighborhood naked.
Oh my God.
And he's actually walked up to doors, and they got it on some ring cams here. And so the other night when I went outside, I see somebody jogging towards me, and I don't see any clothes on them. But when they got up close to me, their uniform or their attire they were wearing jogging is the same color as their skin. It was like a tan color.
Oh.
And I went, ay, ay, ay. And it's a female. She has short hair. shorter than mine. And she's out jogging them, and that was about 4:35, 4:45 in the morning. And I'm like, God, you crazy out here by yourself jogging? I hope you're
That's
packing.
super dangerous for
Yeah,
a female to
yeah.
be out.
I mean, it's a nice neighborhood. I mean, everybody looks at me and goes, "Poor Riddler," because all around me, I mean, it's doctors and lawyers and those type people, engineers. And they
Hmm.
look at me over here. But when when I saw her run, a lot of people say, "Well, it's a safe. These are good people in here." I said, "People come from outside neighborhoods. We don't have
Yeah,
guards at the gate."
yeah, it doesn't matter how nice the neighborhood is, they can still come in and do something bad to you.
And that's happened in here.
Yeah. Hopefully though, like you said, she's got some protection with her, or she's not going very, I mean, even if just 100 feet from your front door something could happen, but hopefully she's not going too far away, from her house or where people are at, that if something happened they would see it.
Yeah, I had never seen this lady before, but a lot of people around here jogging. There's tons of people walking dogs every
Hmm.
night. They treat around here in my neighborhood. They treat dogs like children.
Oh, that's a lot of places.
So we always use dogs for working, like either they were guard dogs or they were hunting dogs.
Hmm.
We didn't domesticate them where they could, walk in the house and be potty trained.
Right. King Scarlet, have a good night. Make sure I have it. And make sure that on your way out, if y'all have not done so, to hit the thumbs up.
Oh, and real quick, I'm not saying it's not there, but so far I have not found where there's any exemptions for college students or military when you go from one state to another.
Oh, for the license plate thing?
Yes, ma'am. Because that was a
Okay.
big issue here one time. Because we got several Navy bases here where I live,
Uh,
and these guys will stay in apartments for 6 months or a year, and there's always most of the police officers the security at the apartments is usually a state trooper or a police officer, and they get free rent for doing that. And they were writing tickets on cars because they said, "Well, you've been here over 30 days and you haven't got a new license plate."
I mean, that kind of, just think somebody like in the military, if they're moving every 6 months to a year, every even 2 years, that's every 6 months that you got to get your thing changed if you move every 6 months, which is kind of expensive. You think
Right, and
about it.
a lot of it's just temporary. That's why
Right.
they call it TDY. And sometimes we would travel somewhere. It's like I had to go to school one time in Illinois. That was like 4.5 months.
Hmm.
So I'm not going to change my license plates to from Florida to Illinois.
No, and I mean that was just like I said, like with the college, they know the kids are going to be there at least 4 years, but if they live out of state and they have a a current um, college pass or college sticker on their car or something like that, then that should make it where the police know, okay, this is a college student from out of town, but they still have their registration and all that up to date, so they're good. Instead of making them change it just while they're going to college.
Well, I always accused that they were trying to get more tax dollars for their state.
Well, that too.
Well, anyway, I'm going to let you go. Thank you for
Okay.
having me up.
Well,
Prayers
thank
to
you for coming
those in
up.
the little mini submarine, to them and their families and friends, and look forward to seeing you again. You have an award-winning show, so keep
Well,
up the
thank
good
you.
work.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that, and I hope you have a good night. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here. So y'all keep everybody that's in the Titan in your prayers, and their families and all the people who are out searching for them. Pray that they find them before their oxygen runs out. Arv, have a good night. And I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow.